meant to
Good morning, distinguished speakers, dear participants. I welcome you all to the third day of Faculty Enrichment Program on the theme Quality Imperatives Driving Higher Education Outcomes. Quick reminders to participants before we begin. You are requested to keep your audio and video off during the sessions. Questions should be posted in the chat box during the question answer session. You are all instructed to fill the feedback form at the end of every session. Without further ado, I take this opportunity to introduce our first speaker for the day, Dr. Michael Rajamati, Professor, Department of Chemistry, St. Joseph's College, Bengaluru, who has 3 decades of teaching experience. He holds a doctoral degree from Bangalore University and postdoctoral degree from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Sir has completed 5 major research projects funded by various institutions, has to his credit 88 publications, and it is worth mentioning that Dr. Michael's papers have been cited more than 5,700 times, which substantiate the quality of his research. Doctor has received Sir C.V. Raman Award for Young Scientists, Government of Karnataka. I welcome Dr. Michael Rajamati to address us on the topic benchmarking quality research standards and outcomes. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you for your kind introduction. I also thank the organizers for inviting me over here. Let me share a screen. Okay, I hope you're seeing the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, I would like to start with I would like to start from the beginning rather than going into benchmarking straight away. I would like to ask the question as to research. What is it? Why is it? And how do we do it? Okay. So if you go to Webster's definition of research, you will find this systematic work undertaken to increase the quantum of knowledge in your, quantum of knowledge. I have added a few things here. It should not only be systematic, it should also be creative. Only then it will be interesting research. And that should be always in the area of your passion, where you actually love. Okay. Now the next question is, can everybody do research? My answer is yes. There are many people who think that research is done only by a specialty group of people, a different kind of species. I can't do it and so on. But in my opinion, all of us can do research. I will prove it to you in the next couple of minutes. Okay. I'm sure most of the audience is not from the science background. Okay, you're all from social sciences and commerce and business studies. And don't worry, this will be the only equation that I will be showing. Some of you might know this equation. This is one of the Newton's equations, which allows you to calculate distance traveled by a body if you know its velocity and acceleration. Okay. You could also use the same equation to calculate the time the time that is required to traverse a distance. Okay. Now, if I ask you this question, how many of you would say yes? Use this equation multiple times in a day. Some of you might wonder, I don't even know this equation. How am I going to use this? You know this place? This is our Brigade Road. Okay. So let's say you're somewhere here doing your shopping, and you want to move over to this side because you found something attractive. Then you need to invoke this equation and do two calculations of times. That is, you are here, and then for you to cross over here, how much time does it take? And you should also apply the same equation to this car and ask the question, how much time would this car take to reach that spot? If the time that you take is less than the time that the car would take, then you cross. So that's when you use this equation. Now, based on this situation, actually, I can actually quantify scientific abilities of people, at least in this branch of science. If you look at road crossers, you can broadly classify them under 4 categories. The first category of people are the sure shot road crossers, the elegant road crossers. They would not run, they would quickly, briskly cross the road. And as soon as they cross, the vehicle would almost be touching the back of their shirt. Such perfect timing they would do and cross. You would have seen a lot of them. And these are the guys who know how to use this equation very well. Okay, so that means they are very strong in this area of science. Then we have what I call doubtful road crossers. They will stand there at the edge of the road, make their calculation, and then they will take a decision, put their foot in front. Then they will be wondering whether they have done the calculation right or wrong. So they'll take it back. So they will do it multiple times before they could cross the road. In some busy roads, some of these people might take even 5 to 10 minutes before they venture out crossing the road. These people are not very sure of their science in this area. These are the doubtful road crossers. And the third set of road crossers, I call them pathetic road crossers. What they will do, they will make their calculation, take a decision and move over to middle of the road. Then start wondering whether their calculation is right or wrong. Panic will strike. Then they will turn around and then go back. There are 2 mistakes in this pathetic road crossing. First of all, you should be sure of your calculation before you venture out into the road. You have not done that. Second, once you have come to the middle of the road, with the momentum that you have, it is easy to cross the rest of the half in the forward direction. If you stop, turn, and then try to come back, you will actually need more time to come back to your original position. That is when actually the vehicle would actually reach the spot where you are actually. And that's when the accidents would happen. In local parlance, we will say, avaniಗೆ time sarilla, accident agoytu. That is, his time is not good, and that's why the accident. In fact, his time has no problem. His ability to calculate time is the problem. So his time calculation is wrong, and that's why the accident happens. Okay, so his science in this area is pretty poor. Then there is a fourth set of road crossers. These are typically ignorant, innocent road crossers. What they will do is they will not do any calculation. They are at this end, they will move to the other end, they will close their eyes, grin a little, and then start crossing. And they believe something, and somebody would say, maybe God or the drivers out there. So if the drivers are alert, the person would cross over to the other side. And the drivers are not alert, then the person would cross over to the other world. Okay, so that's our fourth class of road crossers. You would have seen all these road crossers, right? And in fact, you might belong to one of these road crossers. Definitely none of you have so far been the third class, because you wouldn't be sitting in this seminar if you had actually been one of those, right? So that clearly tells that we have our own scientific tempers in this area of science. Science or any abstraction in any field is human experience retold. Okay, there is nothing new in any of the activities that we do. Everything is part of our human experience, and somebody has to put some order and then bring it and put it in some form of equation, some form of concept, some form of law, and so on. But then there is nothing new. All that is there is reworked and then presented, and that's your research and science and abstraction. So one can be scientific even without knowing any of these equations. You don't even need to know the name of Newton, and you can be scientific. A very good example I had at home when I was a small kid. I always found my grandmother, who never ventured into a school, a lot more scientific than my father, who had a university degree. So science or the research ability or whatever has nothing to do with even whether you're educated or not. Okay. Now, how does research work? I have written science there, but you can read it as how does research work. All of you might have had this experience, but I'm going to tell you my experience. When I was a small kid, when I could be taken out and shown the world, some adult took me out, carried me out possibly, and I looked at the sky and I saw this black dark thing floating in the air. The next day I went again, I saw this sitting in front of my house. The next day, I went on seeing this. Then probably the adult who was handling me told, this is crow, or in my language would have told kaka. Okay. So then I made a concept of crow. What is crow for me is a dark flying thing that makes a croaky noise, kaka. Okay, so this I have done, that's my research, my original first research possibly. Okay, so I actually had formed a concept. So in research, what we do is look at facts. Sometimes we have to go and collect facts. Facts may not be available right looking at us. Go and collect facts. Form concepts out of facts. Like how you formed a concept of a crow. You form concepts on everything that you look around you. Then combine concepts to make hypothesis. That is, today you have actually collected some fact and you have looked at a concept. But in the past, others have seen things, or you yourself have seen things, and you have found other concepts. Now combine those concepts, make linkages between those concepts. Then what you get is a hypothesis or a theory. So that's what you do in theorizing. And once you have hypothesized something, it needs to be tested. There is no theory which is proven. as long as it is not proved, it is alive. Therefore, you should go on testing a theory by collecting more and more facts. And sometimes your theory will fail because you have some fact which does not fit into your scheme of things. Now you will see an example. As I grew older, I started watching cricket. Then I saw these guys, again crows. These guys used to play for New Zealand some ages back. So now my concept of crow is broken. It's no longer black. These guys are not black. These guys are not flying. All that they do is to make the cricket ball fly. They themselves don't fly. And definitely they are not having a croaky noise. So now I may have to change my concept definition, the definition of crow, the concept of crow. Okay, so that's concept itself has gone. So anything that I have built on that concept will all go, because now I have got new facts which challenges my concept. Okay, so this all of us have done from childhood all the time. And that means we have been researching all the time. So every time you cross roads, you have been doing some little bit of accent research. And every time you try to do things, try to think, every time you do your research. What are the components of research? I'm actually going to talk about only quantitative research. Unfortunately, I can't cover everything. So those of you who are involved in descriptive research, archival research, may have to forgive me. Maybe you will get a few gists of info that might help you, but this is largely for quantitative research, because I know that most of us are in sciences, social sciences, business sciences. Okay, so finally we all do quantitative research. So first thing in research, we have to collect data. In a field like mine, which is pure sciences, we collect largely from machines. So numbers get thrown out, or pictures get thrown out of machines, and that's what we use our data. But in most of social sciences, business sciences, and so on, these data would either be from the data sets that are already available. Okay, there are also already collected data sets which you can dig into. You may have to choose the right data set, or you would actually do a live data collection. And in the case of social science and business sciences, this would generally come from a live audience. That is, it will come from human beings. So you will be looking at human responses in most scenarios. Okay, so you collect your data. Then you need to form concepts out of facts, and that is your data analysis. Looking at the data, the trends, how things work, and so on and so forth. So when you do that, you are doing data analysis. And once the data analysis is done, you try to reason out as to why the data presented the qualities that it showed. So that is the time when you will actually be linking up the concept that you have found in your data set to the concepts that are already known in the universe. So that linking up of reasoning out why and predicting what will happen based on your data set. When you do all that, you are actually theorizing. You are trying to make hypothesis. And once you've done that, either you or your followers would be actually collecting more data to verify the hypothesis or the theory. So that's basically what one does in research. Now you look at the parallel when you are trying to buy a car. So if you are trying to buy a car or a mobile phone or a laptop or whatever, you do a lot of research. So you do data collection. You go to various showrooms and look at literature. You go to websites. You ask friends. A lot of stuff that you do and collect a lot of info. and that's your data. Then you do a data analysis. You need a certain size for your car based on your family strength. You need certain speed, certain comfort, certain other things, okay? And also you have a very important thing, you know, you have your budget. So all these should fit into your budget. So you put all these and do a data analysis and come to a first level decision. So you zero in on a few things, okay? These are things that I can afford and I like. You can also do some theory, okay? I know of my friends who would actually do theory on these things also. They will say if you have these things in a car, then this should be the range of pricing and so on and so forth. So those are theory, but you don't have to really do that when you are trying to buy a car. But you need to really do the clever data collection. That is, once you have zeroed in on your few cars, you need to actually look at the missing links. For example, you would want a particular color. Is it there in the models that you have chosen? You need to check. So these are missing links. So collect some clever data and finally decide and buy your car. So that's your real life research that you have done all through your life. Academic research is very similar. You are going to go through the whole process. Only the thing is, at the end of your exercise, you will not be selling anything. So you will not be buying anything. You would actually be selling your research. I mean, selling your research in the sense that you will be putting out your research into the public domain and want people to read it and appreciate it. Okay. Then we should ask the question, why should I do research? A great teacher is a perpetual learner. All of us would want to be great teachers. I mean, nobody who is into teaching would want to be not called a great teacher. Research is the intense form of learning. You never stop learning when you are involved in research. It puts you in a spiral of learning. And therefore, you would automatically become a great teacher if you are involved in research. Or at least there will be a high probability that you would become a great teacher if you are involved in research. Now, if you take this scenario, I have Rahul Dravid and some Mr. A who has passed coaching examination in first class. I have to make a choice to coach the Indian national team. Who would I choose? I'm sure large majority of you, of course, you know who Rahul Dravid is, I assume. And you know what sports I'm talking about. This is a cricket, and he is a well-known cricketer. Happens to be our institution's alumnus. So if you have to choose between the two, you would definitely choose Rahul Dravid. That's because Indian national team. If you are choosing for a gully cricket or some town level cricket, Mr. A would do. But for Indian national team, we need Rahul Dravid. Why? He is a practitioner of cricket. Whereas A is someone who has learned about cricket and trying to apply his knowledge. Okay, so there's a lot of difference between the two. Our higher education is like playing in the national level. And therefore, we need to be Rahul Dravids and the likes. So we need to be practitioners. If I am an economics teacher, I should be an economist. I should actually be practicing. If I am a chemistry teacher, I should be a chemist. Only then it'd be meaningful in higher education. Now, many of us think that education is all about disseminating knowledge. Some of us even congratulate ourselves because we can do this very nicely. Transfer information from the textbooks to the students, sometimes to their notebooks. And when we do that, we appreciate ourselves and we think that we have done our job. But in higher education, knowledge creation is as much important as knowledge dissemination. And creation of knowledge can happen only through research. And if you don't do research, you will not be creating any new knowledge. There are also some not really noble reasons as to why you should do research. All accrediting agencies, score giving agencies of our institutions will be looking at our research related activities and achievements. And there are sizable scores associated with these. And if a college does not fare fairly reasonably in this area, definitely it can't get a grade. So if you want top grades, then there should be a sizable contribution from research from that institution. Then you may ask, why should I worry about institution? If you ask that question, then I should actually feel sorry for you, because if the institution does not do well, students won't flock the institution. If the students don't flock the institution, either the courses may have to be closed or the institution itself may have to be closed. And that would directly affect you because you are employed by that institution. And therefore, we need to worry about the accreditation scores for our institutions and work hard to improve them in whatever way we can in the institution. Either a small percentage of the faculty should involve in high output research. That means they should be spending more time on research. And the management of the institution should actually allow for these people to be operating in that level and so reduce their contribution in other areas. Or I would love the second way of doing. All of us do everything. Okay, so nobody is actually treated differently. So all of us contribute moderately or through low output, which collectively actually will become a large output. That would be the ideal scenario, that everybody in the institution contributes to research. Might be difficult, but not impossible. There are also monetary incentives. So you get to do a lot of free travel. I don't remember having paid for any of my air travel. Okay, so you get awards. Sometimes monies are attached to these awards. You get a purse when you are given an award. So I have earned quite a bit of sum through my awards. And once you become an expert in your area, then people would come to you for consultancy. So once you get consultancy opportunities, that's again money. So you can get actually a lot of money through consultancy, at least in technical areas. I do not know about social science. I think even there should be a possibility of consultancy earning. Okay, I have probably earned about 20 to 25 lakhs in the last 10 years or so through consultancy. Okay, so you can make also money, but I told you these are not noble reasons. The noble reasons are the ones which I showed in the previous slide, that as a teacher, to grow, you need to be doing research. Okay, we have found what is research, why should we do research, and how do I do research? First of all, I should find out what to research on. I should identify an area to work on. I'm sorry. I should actually find questions. These are, research is actually done to satisfy your curiosities. So you should be curious about things, and you should ask questions that need to be answered. Now the questions can be small, which will lead to one-time research, but this kind of questions are not really great. You should ask grand questions, which will actually give you a career in research. I'll take a silly example because we are of different discipline here. So I can't pick up a discipline and take an example. So I will take a silly example and then show how these two are different. Now, let us say if you ask the question like, do soft drinks have an effect on human health? Okay. Then you can collect data, look at people who drink soft drinks and people who don't, and look at their vital parameters, and then do a little bit of statistics and then arrive at your conclusion whether it spoils somebody's health or not. And your research is over. Your question is answered and no more to do there. You can ask a grander question. What kind of food habits are healthier for humankind? So if you did that, then you would be looking at soft drinks, you would be looking at hard drinks, you would be looking at all kinds of food, how they affect human health, vegetarianism, non-vegetarianism, and the food habits that can get you lynched and so on. So you can actually look at a lot of parameters and carry on for a long time in that single question that you have asked. Okay, and that is exactly what I mean by grander questions when you're trying to pick your question to do research on. That, of course, will be in your discipline and in your specialty, and you need to look for such questions. How do we get my question, my grand question or the small question, whatever it is, and how do I get that? I get that only through extensive reading. I need to be reading the top-end journal articles in my area of specialization continuously. I should be abreast with whatever is happening in my area. Then I should also be trained to do research. Though I told all of us have the innate ability to do research, in a particular field to do research, there are some nuances that you learn only by working with groups that are involved in research. So you should be trained. Typically, a PhD program gives you the training, but unfortunately, most of our PhD programs are so pathetic that we don't get any training. Occasionally, by being a genius, someone like Newton or Einstein, okay, or Buddha, these are geniuses. They come out with their research questions and answers just like that. So if you are one, then you can, we will all appreciate you. Otherwise, you better get to reading and training. Now, I have looked at a number of successful researchers and I have looked at how their brains function. Most of the successful researchers have an uncompartmentalized brain structure. They do not classify concepts, facts, and theories as this is physics and this is chemistry and this is sociology and this is English literature. No. They actually put all of them together and see the relationship amongst these concepts. So for the brains that function in that fashion, combining concepts and theorizing becomes very easy. Once you actually compartmentalize, okay, this is chemistry and this is something else, you don't see the relation between them, then in fact your functioning of theorizing becomes weaker. Okay, having said that, this is a desired feature for doing research, but it's not absolutely necessary, because I have seen very, very successful people in research who are not of this category. In fact, there are people who do not know anything other than their field of research and they still do wonderful research. Okay. Now, how do I get trained? As I already told you, having done a PhD may not be a sufficient training in most cases, because most of the PhD guides themselves are not reputed scholars. They wouldn't have published anything, big enough and you are getting trained by them, and therefore your chances of getting the nuances is very low. So if you have PhD of that kind, or if your PhD was very good training you had, but then it happened 10 years back, 10 years is a long time in research. Okay, it's like Ice Age and now. So you need to retrain yourself. So go get yourself retrained. And when you're going for a retraining, it can be a short-term program, 6 months to 1 year. Identify nice scholarly groups and work with them. Okay. And you may ask, will they be interested in training me? My experience is that nobody will say no if you go with the right intent. Because everybody who's involved in research needs human power, manpower. So if you are going to put up your hand and say that I want to work with you, then they will immediately take you, is what I guess. But then the intent is very important, and our aptitude and attitudes are very important in doing that. Go and knock at somebody's door and get yourself trained. And if you are young and you have not done your PhD yet, make sure that you do your PhD only under a reputed scholarly guide who has actually published in the right kind of places, the right amount, which is being read by right number of people. Okay, so look at those parameters before you choose your PhD guide. Once you have trained yourself, there will always be a tendency to do the same thing that you had worked during your training. Okay, that I don't like that kind of an attitude for two reasons. One is that there is nothing new. It doesn't bring in a little more creativity from your side, because you are trying to do what your boss did, okay, or what your boss's boss did, and so on. Okay, and the other thing is that you will be competing with your boss who has been there for a longer period, and then you can't actually really meaningfully contribute in that area, make a mark in that area. So create an area for yourself. Okay, that's very, very important once you want to start a research career. Okay. Now I had my question. Assume I have my training. Then how do I answer the question? Always anticipate an outcome. Have a working hypothesis. For example, when I want to study whether there is an effect of soft drink on health, I should have an opinion already that it may have an effect on health, negative or positive effect on health. That's my working hypothesis. Then it allows me to actually do the right kind of experiments or right kind of data collection. But at the same time, you should be very, very careful not to bias yourself by your working hypothesis. Working hypothesis is to lead you to work. And you have to be extremely careful, because lots of us do this because we have that idea. We actually tweak our facts to fit the idea. So you should never do that. You should never bring in bias into our research just because you have a working hypothesis. So once your working hypothesis is there, your methodology becomes easier, because you have to verify that hypothesis. That's your job. And therefore, you can actually plan your methodology. You can choose the right kind of data collection. And the purpose is to verify the working hypothesis. Okay. Now, if the working hypothesis is verified, okay, your hypothesis found correct, then you can pat yourself and then congratulate yourself and maybe sit and start writing your paper. But many times it won't happen that way. Your working hypothesis is negated. So if it is negated, don't get disheartened, get alert. There are two reasons why it got negated. One is your understanding in that area is very poor, that you built a very wrong working hypothesis. Then you have to go back to your study table again, sit and study, and rework your working hypothesis, come back and attack the problem. Sometimes what would happen is you have done a thorough study of that area and you actually based on the known concepts in your area, you arrived at the hypothesis, and the hypothesis is not working. What it means is that what was originally done by others, there is some mistake, somewhere something is wrong. And that's when you actually make a breakthrough. So I am not really worried when my hypothesis is not always, verified. In fact, I'm waiting for it to be negated so that, it will be a breakthrough. Okay. Now, how to get funding? There are lots of funding possibilities. For sciences, we have plenty. For social sciences, of course, there are only two very, what do you call, not very functional funding agencies. Commerce and management have very good-looking funding agencies. Look at it. RBI supports research in commerce. Then ASHOCAM and FICCI, AICTE for management studies and so on. And there are lots of monies available for research. All that is needed is a decent proposal. The proposal has to be something fresh, not run-of-the-mill, relevant for the current times. And sometimes I would call crazy, in the sense that you should shock someone when they first read your proposal as to why somebody would want to study this. So you write proposals like that, then you would definitely land your projects. Okay. I'll just quickly go through these because I think we are running out of time. Yeah. So when you write a proposal, depending upon the agency, there will be different styles. Okay. But definitely there will be two areas where you need to concentrate: objectives and the origin of proposal. Then there will be a lot of other things that's to be built there. Okay. Why are you trying to do this research? Putting that in perspective is origin of proposal. Okay. So your soft drink study, if you are trying to put it as a proposal, then you should say that so many people are dying, or so many people have become obese, so many people have become this, that. And I am seeing that one of the reasons could be these soft drinks, and therefore I want to do research. That's kind of a narrative is the origin of proposal. Then objectives is actually trying to show in measurable terms what you would be doing in that research. So you would say that I will collect data from this amount of sample. Okay. And I will ensure that there is diversified sample set. And you will say that you will use this statistical methods to analyze the results. And then finally, you will get the conclusion as to the answer to your question. So all these you will put as your objectives. Okay. Then you may need some money and you'll have to show your budget. And the last thing is a nuisance. You need to show proof of your ability to execute the project. Now, this is where it's funny. It's like a young person trying to land a job. Every time he goes for a job, they ask you, what is your experience? So unless somebody gives him a job, he is not going to get an experience. So it's very similar even in funding agencies. So unless they give money, I can't actually show that I can do research. But they ask me, show that you can do research, then I will give you money. There's kind of chicken first or egg first scenario. And that's why the training helps. So when you go and do training, you already have established by writing a few papers and so on that you are capable of doing research, and use that as your stepping stone for getting your first small grant, and then show success there. And from there, the cycle will never stop. Okay. So that's about it. Okay, I will skip this. Objectives have to be measurable. Okay, so don't write objectives which are vague. Ask the question. Very simple. Your objective when you read, at the end of my project, if somebody asks this question, will I have an answer, sharp answer? For example, I told I would be looking at a sample size of 5,000. And if somebody comes to my desk and then look at the data that I have collected, they can actually count 5,000 plus. Yes, I have met the objective. So it should be like that. So if I made the objective, like I will collect information, data from a large number of people. That is not measurable. What is large number? For someone, 10 might be a large number. For some people, kind of Ambani, Adani kind of people, even billions and trillions are large numbers. So you have to be very, very careful in defining your objectives in such a way that it can be measured. And then don't write a single objective, because if that isn't met, it will be a total failure. Break down your objectives into meaningful pieces. When somebody comes back and analyzes your success rate, they'll be looking at how many of these objectives have been achieved. So when I am trying to do a research on a material for battery or something, I will write first that I will synthesize the material. Then I will characterize the material. I will study some property of the material. And finally, I will say I will look at its application in battery. If my battery application doesn't work well, still I would have actually succeeded in 75% of my objectives. It's kind of cheating, but then that's how life is. Okay. So you need to break down into smaller units and meaningful smaller units. Always do some preliminary work that helps in actually achieving your objectives when you're actually running into the real stuff. Okay. So how do we arrive at objectives? You got an idea and read and improve on the idea and build it into a real question or set of questions. And then how do we answer that question you plan, and that's your methodology. Put these two things together and shake up, you will get your objectives. Okay, fine. Finally, where do I publish my research? You have done all that, you have trained yourself, you have started doing research, then you finally have your output ready. Where do I publish? You should publish your work only in regular journals or regular publishers. These regular publishers are defined by Clarivate, that is the top end. If you are a journalist in Clarivate, then you can close your eyes and publish there. Or at least it should be Scopus indexed. And there are some areas where journals are not very, very popular globally. In those areas, subject specified indexes are there. You need to actually look at those, and based on that, you should actually be publishing your research. Some of us have a tendency to publish everything everywhere. And we think that we have achieved something. But unfortunately, the assessing agencies or any academic who looks at these publications may not actually give anything to these publications. If at all, they will become negative. Okay. So there is something called journal impact factor, which actually measures the level of your journal. But then you should remember, your soliciting journals will put some impact factor. They are all meaningless. The impact factors have to be given only by Clarivate Analytics. Okay. And if it is not given by Clarivate, then it is not accepted impact factor. So publish only in regular journals and do not publish in the soliciting journals. They will actually write mails to you, send you on paper, 1,000 rupees, I'll publish it in 2 days and so on. So avoid those journals. If I were to be an administrator, an institution, I would actually ban publishing in these places. And if somebody wants to publish, I will tell them publish without my institution's name. Okay. And if it is a book, make sure that it is published by a recognized or reputed international publisher. Okay. Now You can free to add to whatever I have said. I've timed it perfectly. We have 10 minutes or even more. Okay, fine. So I'd be happy to answer questions if you know the answers, of course.
Thank you, sir, for that captivating and very informative session. Now the floor is open for questions. I request participants to post their questions in the chat box. We have a question from Dr. Indumati. She has thanked you for the interesting session. And she says one of the biggest challenges that Indian researchers face is getting their research published in top journals. So could you give some tips to publish research papers in reputed journals? That's the question, sir.
Yeah, I can answer this from my experience. The very first research that I did, I tried to publish in really top-end stuff. Probably I started with Nature. I don't know where I started, but really top-end places I started looking for publishing. Finally, I landed it in some place which is decent enough, but not really top-end place. The whole thing is it comes through experience. So you want to publish in a certain journal, okay? So you go through what is being written in that journal. Now, what kind of stuff people are interested in that journal, and what level and depth by which the research is done in these journals. Okay, and if you suit your research to that level, then there would be a possibility of getting through to these journals. Actually, all these journals also work like clubs. Okay, they don't want the newcomers let in easily. But once you cut through once, and then it becomes regular. Once they understand that you are operating at that level, then it becomes regular. So initial cutting through might be difficult, but then if you do this, carefully analyzing what is required, it should not be impossible to cut through and then get into these journals. I know that it's difficult, yes.
So the next question is from Mr. Leo Gladwin. He asks, how far is PhD from private universities recognized internationally?
As long as the private university is recognized by the UGC, PhD is recognized. Okay, but many of us think that PhD is research. Okay, doing PhD is research. In fact, I had an experience. I used to be a very active member of BUCTA, which is the teachers union. Okay, I'm a union guy. So by around 95, I started my PhD and I finished by around 2000. And sometime around 2005, I started involving in my own research, and then I disappeared from BUCTA activities. So some 2015 or 16, I go to the BUCTA office, and one of my old friends there asked me, sir, I can't see you at all. Then I tell him that I am seriously involved in research. Then the first question he asked was, sir, you started your research in 1995, you're still not finished. So his idea is that research means PhD doing. Okay. So many of us think that research is doing PhD, which is incorrect. PhD is the starting point to do your research. It's a training for doing research. And therefore, whether your PhD is recognized or not is not my important question. Whether your PhD is giving you the necessary training or not is an important question. So even if it is not recognized, I won't care. But it should give me the necessary training. Okay. And of course, anything that gives you necessary training will definitely be recognized. Okay. So private universities, many of them which are UGC recognized, their PhDs are recognized. Yes.
So the next question is from Ms. Annie. She asks, these days UGC care list provides the A and B categories, but still some journals charge huge money for publishing. So what is your thought on it?
This charging for publication and soliciting, I do not know how they even get into UGC list. I don't know. UGC is pathetic. in its listing of journals. And some journals even cheat around because they were recognized in 2018, but not recognized now. Then they actually solicit papers from you by saying that they will actually put it in 2018 volume. Okay, so that your article will become UGC approved. And this is all pathetic business, and you should actually discourage this. As I told you, if you don't have something to be published in regular journals, don't have to publish. I have written only 88 papers. It doesn't mean that I have only done 88 pieces of work. I have probably done 880 or 8,000 pieces of work. I have thrown lots of them in dustbin. So feel free to throw stuff in the dustbin if it won't meet the requirements of regular journals. That's what I would say.
So there's another question from Annie ma'am, and she asks how to increase our research paper citation and H index.
Okay, you can't do anything artificially. Okay, it has to happen naturally. So how does it happen naturally? I should be working in an area where others are looking at questions and answers. So now I am, as I am a chemist, I work in certain areas in which people are actually searching for answers, and therefore when I actually throw in a little bit of answer, they build on it and then they do their work, and therefore they cite my work. Okay. One trick, of course, I have, which I can suggest, is always venture out and do theory beyond what your set of facts provide. Okay, so there are two things when you do that. Many people will actually challenge your theory. Okay, and therefore they have to cite your work. To challenge you and call you an idiot, they have to cite your work. Okay, and there are other set of people who would actually be looking for something to float on, somebody to support their idea, and some vague fellow has written something and that matches with my idea, so he will cite saying that okay, so and so has proposed this theory, and therefore what I say is right. So in that scenario also you will get hit by somebody. Okay, it means you will get cited by somebody. So you should actually venture out a lot of you should do a lot of theorizing. Okay, just collecting data and putting set of concepts. This is the relationship, this is the relationship, drawing graphs and building stuff is not sufficient. You should ask as to why this happened and how this happened, and build up stories and theorize. Then you would actually have better chances of getting cited. And other than that, I have no suggestion as to how one can make somebody cited very well, because these are done by others. I have no control over others. I can only do my work. Whether people look at it or not look at it is dependent on others. Okay, and therefore I should make myself relevant. That's all I can do.
So the next question is from Dr. Pavan. He asks, what are your thoughts about pursuing a postdoctoral fellowship in Indian universities?
I am one example myself. I did my postdoctoral work in an Indian university. Okay, I could have gone abroad, but then of course I need to have left my family and go. So I chose not to do that, and therefore I hang around here. And so it's perfectly all right, because Indian Institute of Science is probably a better university than a third-rate university which I might have got offer in the US. Okay, so it's not whether it's Indian or American or Japanese. That's not the issue. Is it of international repute and quality is the issue. So definitely you can do your postdoctoral work in Indian institutions.
So the next question is from Professor Ravi Richard. Can you give examples of successful industry-academia collaboration for research. Please mention the educational institutions who have successfully collaborated for the same.
I do not have a very what do you call very good answer. I have some experiences, but not. I am not someone who interacts with the industry much. I am actually, though I work in technology and science, I'm of a philosophical stand that technology and industry should go. Okay, we should actually take a reverse direction movement, where we actually de-technologize ourselves. So that's my philosophical stand. Don't ask me then why do you do your work, because that's where my brain works. I have been trained in that area, and I have to keep my brain functional, and therefore I do my stuff. And all the time I pray that my work does not result in any technological advancement. Okay, so that's how it is, and therefore my relationship with industry is not really great. But then my own institution has had quite a few industry participation. Okay, so I had a friend of mine who was working in catalysis on Dr. Nagaraju. He had actually, been interacting with industry on a regular basis, and we had actually, a kind of vague relationship where written documents and so on, because these are all in 1980s and 90s, where no NAC was not there and no documentation was required and so on. We used to do some projects for them. They used to fund some students. They used to recruit our students and so on and so forth. Okay. Beyond that, no great industry academia collaboration in college scenarios. But I have my friends who work in Indian Institute of Science. They have actually fantastic, industry academia collaboration and long lasting. For example, someone who works in organic chemistry, the organic chemistry industry, puts people in their lab, pays them, gives a lot of money, and get some research done and so on, and goes on. But in colleges, I don't have any example. I'm not saying that it's not there. I am not aware of it.
So the next question is from Dorothy Deepa. How do we select appropriate journal for a research article?
That's right. I have already told you. First, you make a list, put up on your desk the topmost journal in your discipline, and downwards in terms of reputation, maybe in terms of those impact factors or other reputation factors. But make sure that the impact factor is the Clairweight impact factor, not the colorful impact factor that you will get in your email. Okay, those are all junk. So you make a list and try to reach the top. Okay, but it's not easy. Even I haven't reached the topmost. I also have, the topmost areas, nature, science, and all blank. Okay, I have not published anything there. I'm somewhere in the middle. And probably if they had given me another 10 years or so, I might reach there. But I don't have those 10 years. Okay. So I may have to be satisfied with where I have reached and then stop. Now the question is, how do I reach there? I have already answered that question. Look at the, look at the characteristics of the papers that are written in these places. Make sure that those characteristics are there in your work. Then you will have a possibility of getting years published.
So there's another question from Dr. Kanishka. He says, any inputs that you can give of inclusion of research in curriculum? If yes, what are the research aspects to be included?
Okay, one of the reasons why I actually bat for research in colleges is that we have huge manpower. Okay, so there are places like Indian Institute of Science which is getting heavily funded. with very few students. Okay, with crores of rupees, they train hundreds of students. Now, if a bit of that money can be directed to colleges, we would be actually be operating with thousands of students, and therefore, the spread would be higher. Of course, whenever the spread is higher, the impact will be lower. Okay. So when you give 10 crore to 100 people, the output will be very high. And if you give 1 crore to 10,000 people, the output will be low. But then the spread is very important. It's something like, a game. Now, if there is no gully cricket, definitely you can't be playing World Cup. Okay. So there should be a base level at which people should be operating. They should be playing gully cricket, and the gully cricket should become the local town cricket, and the town cricket should become the league in the cities and surroundings. And from there, you should have your Ranji Trophy and whatever trophy, and then only you go to the national team and play a World Cup. So this base spreading is very, very important. And if you don't do this spreading of the base, then you will have a problem. So all our curriculum should actually have a research component. In my opinion, there is a very important need for bringing in at least a semester of completely independent research-based work by our students. We do a lot of this transferring knowledge from textbook to notebook. Semester after semester, we go on teaching. I have been to Western universities. In a semester, if they have a 4-credit course, the teacher meets the students hardly, 10 times, 10 hours. The student has to go through all his learning by himself or herself. And teacher has to go and learn and do his research. Okay, so that's how they operate. So we have too much of this contact business. So at least we should free our students for a semester and make them do some research. It need not have to be earth-shattering research. The process is important. So train them in research methodologies, okay, not worrying too much about the outcome as to whether you or your student will get a Nobel Prize out of it. Don't worry about that. So put them in this process, and therefore, at least in most of our PG programs, we have that component in St. Joseph's I'm talking about, and UG, we have an optional component for doing research, which we call term paper, where some students, actually very small percentage of students, do research. Actually, I should make it compulsory. If we make it compulsory and make them go and do one semester research and come back, it would actually be useful. But then there's a major decision. So we should all come together and decide to do that.
Sir, the next question is from Jeffin. He says, can you share your thoughts on UGC-sponsored research projects?
Okay, I have no direct involvement with the UGC sponsoring, because the kind of money that they give may not be sufficient for even a week's expense in my lab. Okay, so I don't actually go there for support. Most of my research is supported by DST, which gives me decent amounts of money. Okay, and see, my projects for 3 years are in the order of 30 lakhs to 75 lakhs. Okay, so UGC can give a maximum of 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. And I would not be in a position to do meaningful research with that kind of money, and therefore I don't go there. But then for social sciences, definitely, yes, you can approach UGC. I have found two things about UGC, that they are completely a disorganized entity. And sometimes doing paperwork with them would be very, very difficult. Even getting your UCs approved and getting the next grant and all that will be used. But that's what we have. Nothing else is available, and therefore we need to struggle with them and then work with them. It is fairly easier to get UGC grants, especially the minor research grants, which is not small money. You can always start with that and then aim for bigger later. So minor research grants are usually easier, but these days there are no monies. for UGC. Okay, the UGC is now struggling to support research and so on. Yeah.
There are last two questions, one from Ms. Marianne. What do you think about multidisciplinary research and how do we introduce this idea in students' projects?
I'm actually a fan of multidisciplinary research, though I don't do really multidisciplinary. I probably work in the boundaries of physics and engineering, okay, with a lot of chemistry, but I would not call that multidisciplinary in any sense. I am a pure chemist, okay, and I'm not happy about it. In fact, crisscrossing, research, crisscrossing disciplines, crisscrossing over disciplines in your research is a very, very nice thing and important. For example, I mean, breakthrough stuff have happened like that. One of the very, very popular theories in psychology was based on the laws of thermodynamics in physics and chemistry. So somebody who had actually combined physics and chemistry with psychology had actually come out with a very nice theory there. It's called the system theory. I do not know if it is still popular. Treatments based on system theory was known in psychiatry and in psychology. Okay, so and there is also an instant of economics being taken over by a physicist, physics trained guy who went and did some economics and came out with the theory again based on thermodynamics. Okay, so you can actually crisscross into disciplines and you will actually find really beautiful connections. Okay, and therefore interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary researches are nice, provided we are capable of doing it. That is very, very important. Okay, I should have the necessary capacity to handle those things. Otherwise, I wouldn't venture into those things. Yeah.
So the last question is from Dr. Balaji. He asks, can you please let us know the difference between Web of Sciences and Scopus indexed journals?
Okay, this Web of Sciences is what I suppose you are looking at as the SCI or SSCI. Okay, Science Citation Index and Social Sciences Citation Index, that is Clarivate based. Okay, so they have actually, Clarivate has actually listed a number of journals based on their past performance. And every year they throw out some journals and bring in new journals. Okay, so it's also a dynamic thing. Especially in the bottom area, if you are operating, you should be very, very alert because today it might be in Clarivate and tomorrow it may not be. Okay, Scopus is a little more lenient. And therefore, you get even slightly weaker journals listed over there. But what is important about Scopus is that for social sciences, it is far superior when compared to Clarivate. Okay, its inclusion is far better. And Scopus also has what is called an extended Scopus. Who cannot make it to that Scopus list? I do not know, maybe pay a little bribe to get into that list is what I guess, because I see that list and a lot of junk journals are there in that list. So you have that extended Scopus list. Don't get into that area. Please go into regular Scopus list and then publish. Okay, so now these are based on the qualities of journals and they have put these under their indexing. Now this Web of Science and and then Copernicus, something and all will be there. So if you look at those colorful advertisement from your soliciting journal, you will find they are indexed in this Google. Okay, are indexed in Google. Everything is indexed in Google. So if I open a Facebook page, it will be indexed in Google. So all that is not relevant, at least not now. They may also get standardized over a period of time, okay, because nobody can operate at low quality and sustain. So they need to maintain quality after some stage, so they will standardize. But right now, you should actually go only by Clarivate and Scopus. You can look at UGC list, but again, I would look at it with a little bit of suspicion, especially the bottom ends. Again, a lot of corruption over there.
Thank you, sir, for patiently answering all those questions. Before I call upon Jeffin to thank sir and take over the next session, a quick reminder that the feedback link is posted and I request participants to fill the feedback form for the first session. Now I invite Jeffin to thank Dr. Michael Rajamati and take over the next session.
Am I audible? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Very fine morning. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our resource person, Dr. Michael Rajamati, for sharing his knowledge on the topic benchmarking quality research standards and outcomes. So your presentation was really informative and comprehensive. We really enjoyed the presentation with the relevant examples which you, you used in order to explain the complex ideas in a simplified manner. And you have also inspired us, especially the budding researchers, to set out on this venture. And of course, yes, research is an intense learning and it's a never-ending process. And it is also a core and vital component of the field of higher education. We also thank you for answering the questions. Thank you very much once again, sir.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your patient hearing.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah. Dear participants, let's move on to the next session on the topic NAC, the new method of assessment and accreditation. So we have amidst us one of the eminent personality with us, Dr. Siddhalinga Swami, retired professor of history. He procured his master's degree from Bangalore University in the year 1982. He obtained his PhD from Bangalore University in 1994. He also has a diploma in international course in history, political science, and economy in Germany, 1983. He served as a lecturer in history since 1992, almost 30 years in the field of teaching UG and PG students. He is a life member of Karnataka History Congress, Indian History Congress, and South Indian History Congress. He has been on the board of examinations from Bangalore and Mysore universities and also conducted over 800 workshops in this regard all over the state of enhancement of quality and NAC training programs in the government, aided and private colleges in Karnataka. Currently, he is an advisor to the Collegiate Education Department on NAC. It's an honor to have you today, sir. A warm welcome to you. Dear participants, before we begin this session, I request you all to kindly fill in the feedback form so that your certificates, you will be receiving your certificates at the earliest. Over to Dr. Siddhalinga Swami.
Whether I am audible.
Sir, your voice is a little low.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. So let us start today's session on NAC assessment. Can we skip these first 2, 3? There's no need of it. Of course, it is something to do with how Karnataka started all these things. I will tell you later on. Let us move to the next. Okay, next slide. Yeah, I think all of you know is one of the oldest college. You are aware of the NAC core values. The first one is the contributor to national development, fostering global competencies among the students, inculcating a value system among the students, promoting use of technology, quest for excellence. Almost last 25 years, with these core values, NAC is working. Move to the next one, please. Okay, let us see what is the focus of assessment. Probably your college is on the fourth cycle. There are 3 aspects of assessment. One is the quality initiative. The second one is the quality sustenance. And the third one is the quality enhancement. If someone is starting the assessment process, I think there should be initiatives. Then to maintain it, it is the sustenance. Then not only maintain it, you have to enhance it. Of course, that is the third stage. That's why it involves all the three aspects. How is today the assessment? Earlier, we had a system. You submit an SSR. A team is constituted after the submission. They will come, visit, and assess. A three people or a three-member team which assess the institution. Now it is not like that. It is the online data and also on-site visit with facts and figures and how an institution functions. That's why there is a change in the process. Of course, whether the previous one or the current one, it is the self-evaluation is the crucial in assessment process. Next, please. What is the focus of assessment? One, participation of all stakeholders. I will not take much for all this introduction because you are in the third or fourth cycle. There's a greater objectivity in the process now, of course, compared to the earlier one. Of course, for subsequent cycle, that is, if it is not the first one, second, third, or fourth, so it forms the only 5 years achievements. Earlier, if it is the first cycle, you can take, if you are 100 years college, you can claim everything of 100 years. But after the first cycle, only 5 years period is taken for the assessment. Next. What is the situation today? NAC almost completed now 25 years. What happened now? We have around 50,000 institutions in India. There are around 900 universities and around 50,000 institutions. Out of this, how many are accredited? If you take the universities, there are 364 universities are accredited. That is 1/3 of the universities. Around 8,166 colleges are accredited out of 50,000. It forms around 20%. So there are many colleges went through the first cycle. They have gone to the second, third, and the fourth cycle also. If you take the total accreditations, there are 13,000. But if you take total institutions, only around 8,530. And NAC has the target to complete the whole assessment process by 2023. How this miracle happened, we will want to watch it. If you take the grade wise, hardly few universities have the A grade. Vast majority, of course, in the B and the C grade also. But in terms of colleges, around 20% are the A grade colleges, around 60% are probably the B grade, and the others are the C grade. So this is the grade wise accreditations. If you take the year wise, the first probably the first time we saw the double digit or triple digit, it was in the 2002. And then of course, in the initially it was not much because it was not mandatory. So let us keep it. We'll come back to some of the aspects why assessment. Next slide, please. If you take the state-wise, this is the situation. Maharashtra stands first in terms of colleges, and Karnataka stands second in India. Of course, if you take in South India, Karnataka is the first. This is the so far the last update by the NAC. Next, please. Let us come to the issue why NAC now. What is the change now? Since from its inception, NAC has changed 5 or 6 times its process methodology. When NAC started, there were no grades. All those who went through the process accredited, they were called accredited institutions. There are only few colleges like this. People thought there's no sense in it if there are no qualitative grading. So let us change it. NAC introduced a star category, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 stars. It was for a few years, up to 2002. People said, I think the stars is not for institutions. Stars are for hotel industry, not for the institutions. And it was removed. NAC introduced a 9-point scale. That is C, C plus, C double plus, B, B plus, B double plus, A plus, and A double plus. There are 9-point scale. People then also thought, I think this is not correct. Grades were given on the basis not correctly evaluating institutions. And there are allegations somebody offered a good treatment to the team. They kept in 5-star hotels. That's why they got these A grade and above. All these things were there. And then in 2007, NAC went to the another stage where all these things were scrapped. It reduced to only 3 grades, A, B, and C. And then, of course, it was there till 2015. Once again, colleges started. A, B, C is not correct, is not the correct assessment. There should be a proper one. That's why NAC introduced once again a 7-point scale. C, B, B plus, B double plus, A plus, and A double plus. It was there. Still, there were complaints against the NAC. So one incident or 2 incidents, they're enough to say there is something wrong with the assessment process. That's why there are incidents like a team went assessed a college in Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra. When they have given B, when the result came, it was A. They were surprised. The team was surprised how awarding college which got only B in assessment, how in the result it got the A grade. So these things were creating a problem for the NAC, for the government also. So they suggested get over the system, make it transparent. That's why in August 2017, NAC introduced this system where we are practicing it. Of course, there are initial problems with this system also. What were the problems? I will tell you. And then NAC scrapped it, introduced this new system. What is the new thing now? It is ICT enabled, objective, transparent system of assessment. That is true because you are not submitting your SSR now. Earlier, a very bulky one where it says, if you say in 2002, it was pages together. There was even we have seen colleges submitting volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, volume 4 like this. Now it was scrapped in 2007, restricted to 200 pages. Now that is also scrapped. Now it is ICT. You submit your data online. No need to submit hard copy. Only on this, it is going to be, the process starts. There is a second change is, this is a system generated scores. And of course, there is also peer judgment. 70% of the scores are system generated. What do you mean by this? As and when you put your data, it is analyzed, scores are generated by the system. No human involvement. That means there is no you cannot say that manipulations. The second one, of course, 30% of the score is the peer judgment, where a team visits once again, they will also give marks. The next change is the third-party validation of the data. Now, whatever the data you submit, it goes to a party which analyzes whether this is correct or not. This is validation started. We don't know who are these people. Actually, NAC has appointed somebody to look after all this validation of the data. For example, if you say we have 2,000 students, they want to verify we have got 2,000 students or not. So you have to submit the proper data. This kind of, or somebody say we are in our college we have 25 PhDs. They would like to know really you have 25 PhDs. Or somebody says we have 1,000 publications. So they want to verify it. So these kind of validation, then only the scores are generated. Of course, 7 criteria are there for a long time. It is there. There are 32 key aspects, of course, almost all. But there are sometimes these last 25 years, these weightages have been changed. The criteria, of course, key aspects have been changed. Now it is around the same 7 criteria and 32 key indicators. Now, of course, enhanced participation of students and alumni assessment. Earlier also it was there, but now students directly participate in the process. Alumni is also engaged in the assessment process. Earlier were there, but it was, you cannot say exactly very objective. Now it is more objective. See, the last one is the simplification of the process, drastic reduction of number of questions, size of report, visit days, and so on. So earlier, many times that it was a 3-day big team, and of course the questions were very high in the manual. Now it has been reduced. What is it? The change will know. Move to the next slide, please. I think these criteria are almost the same from the beginning, but there are some tinkering around this nomenclature. First one, the first criteria, curricular aspect. The second criteria, teaching, learning, and evaluation. The criteria 3 is the research, innovation, and extension. 4, infrastructure and learning resources. Criteria 5, student support and progression. Criteria 6, governance and leadership and management. Criteria 7, institution values and best practices. There are 32 key aspects, 107, of course, indicators. Of course, in 2017, it was 136. Now it will reduced to 107 now. They are fine tuning. There are many problems around it. Still, they are doing it, but it is better now for go for an assessment. Next slide, please. The first level of submission is IIQA. Earlier, it was called LOI. This is also an online process. In 2017, they introduced a system called the first window and second window. The first window starts with May, June, and second in the November, December. Only people used to submit only these 2 months or the 2 periods. It was not practical. There are so many complaints. Myself complained to the HRD. So we had a meeting with the then HRD minister, Javadekar. So he told to change it. Now they have been removed it. Now, like earlier, 24 hours, 365 days, you can submit the your report. Now, earlier there were a lot of time, at least 6 months to submit after your LOI. Now, after IAQA, within 45 days, you have to submit your, of course, the report. Next slide, please. That is the major change. What are the minimum requirements for the, if you're going for the second, third, or fourth? First, of course, it is the, you have to provide a quality sustenance enhancement measures after the previous cycle, of course, for 4.5 years, not exceeding 10 pages. It is a minimum requirement. Second, a functional internal IQAC. I think every college has IQAC, but it should be functional. Third, timely submission of AQRs. So now they have made it mandatory. You have to submit it online. Earlier, there were many systems. Now it has to go through also online system. You have to submit AQRs every year. There is a stipulated period, maybe due to pandemic and all this, there's some changes. But every academic year, you have to submit your AQR. Next. Of course, the other aspect is what happened after the last team visit. Generally, a peer team gives a report. It is called the PTR. They make suggestions. Some thing you have to go through it. There are commendations and recommendations. How far these recommendations are implemented, you have to say it. Not necessarily there are 20 recommendations they have made, you fulfilled all the 20 recommendations, but how far did you succeed in fulfilling these or addressing these recommendations? This is very important. So now there is a stipulation of this go for a reassessment or reaccreditation. You should submit your intention before completion of 5 years. If you don't do it before the completion of the 5 years, you lose your validity. If you lose your validity, there are other complications, like probably lose your UGC grants and even government grants also. Here, I want to tell you why in Karnataka itself, if you don't fulfill these criteria, if you don't re-accredit, you colleges loses their grants. So that's why should submit before the deadline or the expiry of the validity. Next, please. What are the minimum documents required for the IAQ? This is the first stage. 2F. I think almost every college has a 2F. The next one is the 12B. 12B is recognition given by the UGC for financial grants. It is a must if you are a 12B college. Even if you are not 2F, 12B, no problem. But if you have to submit it. An affiliation letter. So this is a must. Please take care. Affiliation letter in English language. Generally, all the universities issue their affiliation letter in their local version. If in Karnataka, they issue in Kannada, but ask them to give an English version. If they don't give, translate the affiliation letter, get the signature from the university, and keep it. It is a must now. Next, certificate of accreditation. You have to keep the certificate because otherwise it is a problem for re-accreditation. If you are a 12B college, you have to submit the latest General Development Assistance Letter, whatever it may be, whether it is a grants for conference, whether it grants for research, whether it grants for any other things. Please, at least copy of this latest assistance received from the UGC. The next thing is the ICE code. Please, every year, all institutions in India had to provide the data to the ICE, All India Survey of Higher Education. They issue a code. Now it is a must now because all your certificates have a track ID given by the NAC and the ICE code. Please look into it. That's why keep all these copies with you. Next, RTA provision in the college. Of course, it was not mandatory, but if it's an aided college, it's mandatory because it comes under the government rule. So it is a must. These documents are a must for your IAQA submission. Next. So after the IAQA, you submit your report. Let us assume within 45 days after IAQA, submit your report. What happens after it? It goes for the data validation and verification. It is called the DVV. It is an online evaluation. If they have any doubt, they ask clarifications. Generally, they give 15 days time to clarify this. If you don't submit within this stipulated period, it's 15 days. It depends upon because there are unnatural things happening in this country, all over the world, of course, where they may extend this deadline, but you have to provide the data. For example, I am telling you a college in Karnataka, which has got 3,000 students. They ask the evidence of these 3,000 students. True, the college has. They submitted once again list of students to the data verification. Once again, they asked, please submit an evidence, a document. Once again, they give the list of students. After 15 days, they said, after the data verification, the strength of the college is 0, 0, 0. So what is the document they wanted? What is the document here? The document is the admission register. That is the proof of evidence you have admitted so many students. So they could not do it. That means you have to scan it, submit the document. So like this, there are many such process. The whole process, 3 things you have to remember: data, document, and documentary evidence. If you don't fulfill it, colleges are really faring very badly in this. Data verification, many things are lost. If you say a college which has 3,000 students, say after verification the strength of the college 0, the whole data become corrupt. Your results, your student-teacher ratio, or your all achievements become nil. That's why it is a big problem. That's why data verification is a process you involve it. The next is, of course, if you get 30% of the scores in the system generated, you are eligible for peer team. What do you mean by this? The system generated out of 70%, of course, if you get 30%, a team will visit. Otherwise, team will not visit. We have an experience already. Many colleges in Karnataka, they submitted the report. They went through the data verification, but team did not arrive because they did not fulfill this criteria of 30%. Next, of course, it is exclusive of student satisfaction survey. Excluding this, there's a 50 marks for this. Excluding this, you should get 30% of the scores in the system. Next. Next slide, please. So this is the new thing introduced in the NAC, student satisfaction survey, where how it happens. When you submit your data, SSR, you have to submit the full list of students. The list should have the name of the student, the number given by the admission number given by the university or the college, of course, the roll number, and the phone number and the email address. This is a tricky situation. If it's an urban college, cosmopolitan college, you can address it. I have seen many colleges in Karnataka. There are serious problems around it in 2017. Many students do not have the mobiles. And NAC assumes every student in India has a mobile. That is not true. And everyone has an email address. That is also not true. There's a lot of issues around it. If you do not have substantial number of these phone numbers and email address, you cannot upload the list of students. Very tricky situation. And I have seen many students did not provide their phone number. They have given their relatives, friends, and the email address, securing an email address for every student is a problem, especially in rural areas. There are a lot of problems around it. But what I suggest you, if when the admission process itself, please take all this data, perfectly reflect the mobile numbers and of course email addresses, because of how the system works. When this survey starts, they send a OTP to the mobile number of the student. The student using the OTP has to open the survey form. Then he has to give the feedback. So if they did not receive, for example, they say 10% of the students. What do you mean by 10%? If a college has 100 students or 200 students, if only 20 students reply for the survey, is it or no? It is 10% or minimum 100 students. So that is the minimum requirement for this process. Please look seriously about this. Many colleges lack this data management. So think of those issues, maintain this data, then you will get the feedback. And it depends upon your relations with the students also. I have seen many colleges scored very badly on the student survey because of there were not proper guidance to the students. Relation between the teachers, students, and the managers are very bad, where I have seen the students have given 0 for all this in the survey process. That's why be careful about this. It is very objective, very open, but you have to be very careful preparing students for the assessment process. Next slide, please. Next. Next slide. Next slide, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. I think that slide is changed.
Yeah, okay. So the team visits after this process. What they use, the team? Now the SSR will not cross 100 pages actually. It starts from around 60 to 70 pages to 100 pages. With anesthesia, it may be more, but it is around this. But what is the change in our on-site visit? Team will visit, that is true. Of course, what they use? They will use the same SSR you submitted online, then they bring this copy to the college. But the change is now the logistics for the visiting team is managed by the NAC. Earlier, colleges used to prepare their logistics, arranging their accommodation, tickets, and everything. But this is something advantage, disadvantage both. Many colleges face this problem. The logistics part, not necessarily that they arrange proper one. I have seen myself experience. I was visiting a college in Punjab. Even I was in the aircraft I didn't know where I am going to stay. With the repeated inquiry with this logistics department, they said you are going to stay in the particular hotel. It was not known to the college. The colleges were asking me where I am going to stay. When I landed in Amritsar, they said, who is going to pick me there from there? And no answers. At last, I received a message, somebody will come and pick me. So this kind of situations are creating, and there are a lot of problems around it. But this is the rule they have made. You have to manage with this. But we have very bad experience with these logistics. But be careful in future about these logistics, because they charge you and sometimes may not be good. So, but it is inevitable. Next slide, please. Now, this is the new weightages. Probably all of you are aware of the first cycle, second cycle, third cycle. The 1,000 marks, the scores are constant. But these things have changed now. The weightage changes probably every 5 years, they're making some changes. Curricular aspects, since you are an autonomous college, if you St. Joseph's, the scores are 150 for curricular aspects. For teaching learning, it is 300 marks. If it is affiliated constant colleges, there is a change between UG and PG, of course. It is 100 each. If it is teaching learning, it is 300 for autonomous, 350 for the UG, of course, 350 for the PG. Research, it is 150 for the autonomous colleges, 110 for the constituent colleges, 120 for the PG colleges. Infrastructure, it is all, whether university, everything is the same, 100 marks. Student support program is 100 for the autonomous college, 140 for the constituent college, 130 for the PG colleges. Governance leadership, 100 across all the institutions. Institutional values and best practice, of course, it is 100 across all the institutions. Totally, an institution is assessed for 1,000 marks. Total are the same, but the weightage is changed. Next slide, please. Now, let us see what is the change now. Now, the biggest change NAAC made in this process is the indicators, of course, and metrics. Metrics, there are two types of metrics. One is qualitative, another is quantitative. For example, it is an autonomous college. The quality metrics are 35. It was 38 earlier, we reduced it to 35. If it is quantitative metrics, it is 98. What do you mean by this qualitative and quantitative? Qualitative metrics are the metrics where you have to explain the information within 500 words. There are only two metrics, probably one in, I think, third criteria, maybe another is the seventh one, where it's more than 1,000, except two. All these 35 metrics, you have to provide information. Actually, it is an essay type within 500 words. Because they have made the system, it cannot take more than 500 words. Quantitative metrics are, they are all Excel sheets, say data sheets. The scores are assigned on the basis of this answer to this. Totally, if it's an autonomous, there are 107. Earlier, it was 136. If it is affiliated, it was 93 now. It was 121 earlier. It is a PG is 96. Earlier, it was 120. The indicators have been reduced because I'm telling about the university. So look at these things. This is a serious change in this. So college, should prepare for all these things. Every criteria has both qualitative and quantitative metrics. Next slide, please. So you have to provide an executive summary. They put a cap on this also. You should have all this vision, of course, what kind of institution you introductory note, you make it. Criterion way summary, you have to make it. Earlier also was there, but what happens earlier, people were using to describe everything. Instead of a summary, they were writing a thesis. So they put each criteria should not exceed 250 words. The whole this summary should not exceed 5,000 words. It is including SWOT analysis. So be careful preparing the executive summary, and it is a must. Think about these executive summaries. Next slide, please. Let us take now probably one or two criterions to explain. Curricular design and development. Curricular aspect. If it is an autonomous, I am telling you here, an autonomous college, 150 marks. If it is not an autonomous college, the scores, it is only 100. For affiliated college, constituent college, UG college, PG college, only 100. If it is an autonomous, it is 150 marks. If it is an autonomous college, the scores are for curricular design and development. If it is a constituent college or an affiliated college, the scores for implementation. I am telling you about curricular design and development. Let us think about an autonomous college. Even though you carry the mother universities, the content curriculum, there is a 20% possibility for an institution to make changes. That means you can design up to 20%, some extent changes, of course. Many universities have given the liberty, but in Karnataka, they have not given that liberty. So what do they expect here? There are a lot of documents you have to prepare in this. How do you design? How many meetings were there? Board of studies. You have to keep all the minutes of the BOS meetings, the other meetings related to this. So subject-wise, and how you prepared it. You require a 5 years data on all this. Be careful, because even though it is the university which makes, but an autonomous college has the freedom, think of it. The next one is the academic flexibility. Here, there are issues like the new courses programs introduced. Let us see, new courses programs introduced in the last 5 years. Now, the NAC has a different definitions for course and program. What is a course as per the NAC now? Now you have got, for example, you have got a BA program in a college. In a BA program, there are 5 subjects. 5 subjects means each subject has number of papers. There first to 6 semesters. Generally, for example, it's a history. There are totally 8 papers in the BA program. As per the NAC definitions here, we call it paper, but NAC says it is a course. Each paper is a course. So think of, if BA itself, in history itself, we have got 8 courses. In a college which has got BA, BCom, BSc, BCA, and all subjects, many combinations. One combination is a program. How many courses? Every college, if you go by this, there are 200 or 250 or 300 courses. Even if there's a change in a paper, say there is a change, it is a new course. Because many colleges lost marks in the beginning in 2017, because when they say how many courses, there are 3, BA, BCom, BSc. Any change? No change. But in all these programs, there are new papers. But be careful about this data. So sit together in the college, list number of papers in the college. You give them number to each course. For example, if you say history, it is a 1, 2, 3 up to 8. You give a code name for each paper, then it become a course. Likewise, if it's a 250, there are 250 papers in the whole college, so there are 250 courses. If any subject, any paper is new, see number of, because the computer calculates numbers. If you say there are new courses 0, computer will give you another 0. Be careful about this. This is the tricky situation things. Any programs introduce, any of these change in the combinations or papers, courses, please think of it is a new one. And every university has a CBSE system. Now say yes, and then there are core elective options. There is another tricky situation. Number of students enrolled in certificate programs as against total strength of students. Actually, what is a certificate program? Be careful about it. Don't say we don't have any certificate program. A certificate program need not be approved by the university. A college can design its own certificate program. I will give an example. If an English teacher in the college say, I am starting a certificate program in spoken English. So you can make, but you have to follow some regulations. What NAC says, what is a certificate program? Any program which has got a 30 hours teaching learning facility, it is a certificate program. That means what you require. For example, you have got 3 certificate program. You enter it, 3 certificate programs. Then they ask the next question, please upload the syllabus of the certificate program. If you have to make a syllabus for the 30 hour spoken English or a 30 hour spoken Kannada, a spoken Hindi, you design it. Sit together, teachers who make this syllabus and approve it. Who should approve it? College should approve this program. Then it becomes an issue. They ask the next question. Please intimate, upload when it was accepted in the college, when it was approved. You say such a date, college approved the certificate program. You have to provide a document or a paper, of course. Next, they will ask you, please upload the list of the students. So this is the process of this flexibility. That means, what do you mean by actually? What is the options before a student when he or she enters the college? That is called the flexibility. You cannot say there is no flexibility. If it's a BA program, there are 3 combinations, there is a flexibility. Apart from BA, you have got BCom, there is another flexibility. Apart from BCom, you have got BSc, there is another flexibility. Apart from in the BSc, you have got 3 combinations, there is a flexibility. Apart from UG, you have got PG program, there is another. That's why that is called, is counted here. There are many Excel sheets here. You have to provide information. If you say the number of students, number of certificate programs 0, nil, you will get the scores are 0. Be careful. If you do not have, as on today, any certificate program, please plan when you go for assessment. You provide that year's programs, number of certificate programs. Next comes the curriculum enrichment. There are 40 scores here. How do you enrich a curriculum? Of course, if you are an autonomous college, you have freedom. You can enrich your syllabus. If you are a college affiliated, they do not have any role because it's decided by the university. But how can you enrich it? There are many issues in the content itself, what subject you teach. Issues of gender, environment, sustainability, human values, ethics. Many of them are part of the syllabus. It is there, either it is in history, either it is in geography, either it is in geology or biology, whatever. These things are there. Value systems are in politics. These things are there. Say we have got, apart from this, of course, any other programs in the projects, internships. This is a tricky situation here. If it is a college, many people think there are no projects in the colleges. There are no interns, that is true. The problem with the NAC here is when they made these changes, they kept in mind the engineering colleges. So they, for all their model was engineering college, where every student had to go through a project, there are internships. but they applied here. I wrote several letters on this. I had a big quarrel with INAC. Now, of course, they have changed many of the things. But number of projects in the students, don't say no. Because these are all the quantitative data they ask. Make projects in the college. I know that if it is a BBM or the business management and other course of BBA, there are student projects. What about students in arts faculty or other faculties? They can have projects also. Each teacher can give a project and tell them to do it. Either it can be a group project or individual project. If a teacher say go to a particular temple, write a report on it, it become a project. Don't say no. So each teacher can assign projects to the students. Internship is a problem because not many things are there. But think of student projects. This, when it's a quantity data, if you say zero, no, you score very bad because it's a computer which analyzes these things. If you want to get more scores here, think of those issues, make projects. The other one, another situation is the feedback on curriculum. Of course, if it's an affiliated college or constituent college, they have no issues about the curriculum design there. But here, of course, feedback on curriculum is, how do you take a feedback? From whom? You have to take from the students, you take it from the teachers, you have taken it from the alumni, you have taken it from the parents and the industry. They say there are 5. But at least if you say we are taking only one feedback from the students, you score very badly. Take all the 4 feedbacks. Take from the students, you design your own templates for it on curriculum itself. Either you can make a feedback for all your subjects or totally for a college. If you say, and then the first part, if you have all these things, you get 10 marks. And then say, ask what you do with this feedback. Then you have to say, we have analyzed, it's communicated to the respective university, government, and say, keep the copy of it. If you don't fulfill it, you have a problem. I will move to the next one. At least I will, before another 5-10 minutes, I will take the next criteria because it is a huge subject. Let us move to the next one. Of course, criteria.
Hello, sir. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So we have a question and answer session for the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll try and wind up by 11:20 or 11:22 max, sir.
Okay, and then another 2 minutes. So I will script. Yes. I only show the slides, and then let us go to the curriculum. The second, the teaching learning. It has 300 marks. Of course, there are issues of several things here. They are split. Student enrollment is 20 marks. Catering diversity is 30 marks. Teaching learning is 50 marks. Quality 50 marks. Evaluation process 50 marks. Student performance 50 marks. Student satisfaction 50 marks. So skip to the next one, of course. The third one is research. There are 150 marks. Think of those issues. Where, how can you address? Because where I require 3 hours. I take 3 hours, but it's 1 hour. I cannot cover it. So it is 150 marks. The fourth criteria, next one is the infrastructure. It is 100 marks. Of course, nothing to do with the teachers, the management, much of it, but library, it's how its utility and all these things. The fifth one is student support. It is 100 marks for autonomous college. It is 140 for the affiliated colleges and 130 for the PG college. Skip next one. Sixth is governance. Okay, student program. These are all, I will skip it now because I have not much time. So it's 100 marks, all institutions, whether university, college, and all these things. Please think of those issues, how you are democratic, what is your strategy. I think every college has a vision and leadership, of course. It depends, of course, financial management and resource mobilization, transparency, how IQAC functions and all these things. Next. Okay, I skip it. How IQAC functions. There are 100 marks here. Okay. Okay. Okay, skip it. These are all the 7 grades, A double plus, A plus, A, B plus, B double plus, of course, B, C, D is fail, of course. So these, the system which was there from 16, it continued in the present one. So this is all, of course, I don't elaborate all those aspects, but think of there are other tricky issues. When you provide a document, for example, if you say you have got a college with ICT facility, they will tell you upload the geotagged photo. That what is a geotagged photo? That means you are taken a photo of your college only. You are not showing the campus of Infosys or TCS as your classroom. This is a stupid thing, but nobody is going to tell lies. But I can understand when engineering medical colleges were there for inspection, they were showing big things. Somebody showed Mysore Maharaja Palace as their college or university, and they got the marks. But it is not like that now. So this geo-tagged photos is one. And the document, and the next part is you download the standard operating SOP. For each criteria, each indicator, they have given what document has to provide. First 1 year, 2 years, there are a lot of problems. Simply say upload a document. They did not define what is a document. And then a lot of problems. Of course, I wrote 6 letters to NAC. We had a big quarrel around it. They got angry with me, but I was writing it now. Many things are corrected now. But let us hope the new system is very objective. Still, there are many problems maybe there, but now there is a transparency, and whole thing depends upon the preparation of the college. So think of a 5 years preparation for the NAC. Don't start preparing for 1 year or 6 months. It requires the data of the 5 years. Be careful about this. And now open for questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for this session. Dear participants, you can post your questions in the chat. Sir will be able to answer it.
Okay, I could cover only one criteria. There cannot be questions because it's a very, 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 very vast area assessment process. As I told you, I take 3 hours for the whole things to explain it. But anyway, I could explain only one criteria. Let us see.
So there's a question from Mr. Ravi Richard. So we just wanted you to share about the weightages across key indicators.
Yeah, I think you download the PowerPoint, please give it to it is there. There is one slide around it.
Okay, sir. Yes, we will share it with them. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. That you have to go through that.
Another question from Dr. Pavan.
Yeah, it is not wherever they ask. For example, in infrastructure, they ask you the photos of a library, photos of a ICT enablement, all these things you have to provide. There are, please download the SOP, what is required. How 20% means, that means in the autonomous college, if you are autonomous college, the UGC has permitted to change the content of the syllabus for 20% of the weightage. So for 100 marks paper, 80% you take the syllabus of the university, 20% you can change it. But many colleges don't do it also. But that is the purpose of autonomy. Give the freedom to teacher to implement their ideas. Is it clear? I hope here there are participants from autonomous colleges, affiliate colleges, and constituent colleges. I don't know. That's why there is a tricky situation. But keeping in mind the autonomous college, because St. Joseph's autonomous college, I was preparing it. For each, there is a separate manual for constituent college, and in affiliate colleges, the weightage change for both PG and UG colleges. There is a change. Weightage still go, I think, early. After this, it comes after this. Weightages and each criteria. Please download the PowerPoint.
Another question from Dr. Balaji.
Hmm.
Since UGC and AICTE are combined as higher education, will that have impact on accreditation process?
No, say for engineering, there are two engineering colleges, they are taking NAAC accreditation. At the same time, they are taking an NBA accreditation. NBA accreditation is a programmatic. They don't assess an institution. For example, mechanical department or the civil department or architecture, they are assessed like this. Accreditation given to each department, their program. But here in the NAAC, it is an institutional assessment where there are programmatic assessment. There are confusions around now because they are going for a new system. They say combining everything, there will be one body, they are going to create it. Let us see. When things happen, then only we can say. As far as today, they want to end all these different structures, UGC, HRD, AICTE, the medical, they want to create one council. They have made it already, I hope so. But let us see when things have, and they don't want only NAAC to do accreditation. They want to create different agencies for assessment and accreditation. Let us hope how things will change this year.
Another question from Mr. Ravi Richard. What are some of the important points or strategies to be considered in SSR preparation in order to maximize scores?
See, you address all these criteria. You have to address it. You cannot leave anything. And if you ask and today, you may have answers for some of the indicators. Some indicators you do not have answers. Please plan it. If you in 6 months you are submitting your SSR, plan it, make it, and something can happen. For example, you do not have a certificate program as on today. Plan 3, 4. There may be no answers today. After 6 months, there will be yes answers. Your strategy is to find out yes answers to all the indicators. If there are more no's, you will score less. So think of, I told you some of these things about the projects, certificate programs, or feedback methodology. You have to make it all these things. If you say you cannot attend half-heartedly, attend each and every question.
Thank you very much, sir. I think with this we have come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for your time in spite of your busy schedule. I would like to invite Ms. Vidya to deliver the vote of thanks and also take us to the next session. Before that, kindly fill the feedback form that is sent in the chat so that you get your certificates. Thank you very much. Over to Ms. Vidya.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I, on behalf of St. Joseph's Evening College, take this opportunity to thank Dr. Siddhalingaswamy for taking us to the process of new NAAC method of assessment and accreditation. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and patient answering the questions. Thank you so much for joining us today. I request the participants to fill in the feedback form for this session before we could proceed to the next session. We will be proceeding another 1 minute. Kindly bear with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear participants, next we have the panel discussion on good governance, best practices, and strategies in higher education institutions. We are privileged to have with us eminent resource persons from various parts of the globe. It is a matter of great honor to introduce and welcome them. Our panelist, Dr. G.P. Doraiswamy, is not new to us, as we have heard him yesterday. Sir has spent about 50 years in social volunteerism services at Malaysia and foreign countries, and is a recipient of prestigious Penang State Governor's Birthday Medal, Datukship, which carries the title of Dato. I welcome you, sir. We have a panelist, Mr. Ritesh Arokyadas, with us today, who is a research assistant from Department of Psychology, Chemnitz University of Technology, Germany. He has worked in software development for about 15 years in the US and is a contemplative practitioner in the Zen, Buddhist, and Christian traditions. Our panelist, Smita Diwan, whom we heard yesterday, is an assistant professor at New York City College of Technology, USA, who has secured her PhD in social work from Fordham University, New York, and has to her credit a good number of research publications and presentations. Ma'am has been part of presentations, community lectures, and training sessions on various topics of social concern. We have two more panelists to join us in few minutes. Before that, I would invite our moderator and welcome him. Our moderator for the panel discussion, Dr. Paul Newman, Principal, St. Joseph's Evening College, International Academic Observer at the Human Rights Council, Geneva, has over 2 decades of teaching experience. Sir has been resource person at UGC Academic Staff College at different universities and has delivered lectures at various international forums. I welcome all the panelists and request Dr. Paul Newman to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Vidya. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So a very, very happy and very good morning to fellow panelists. It's great to see 3 people whom I know for a long time. I've known Dr. Smita for more than 30 years. I know her since the time she was a 9th standard school kid. And then, of course, Dr. Doraiswamy is there. So we have been very, very good friends. And then Ritesh is there. Ritesh again is a person known to me for a very long time. And then we have roamed around quite a lot in Germany. So in that sense, all the 3 panelists are quite familiar. So today we are here to discuss on a very, very relevant and an important subject, that is good governance, best practices and strategies in higher education institutions. So here, when we speak of good governance as well as best practices and strategies, we need to understand that these are not subjects not confined only to India. So good governance, best practices and strategies, especially in the field of higher education, crosses the boundaries. They are pan-universe. So throughout the world, wherever you go, higher education is in great demand. At the same time, how to bring about good governance as well as how to benchmark these best practices and how to devise strategies is a big question mark. So we need to learn from one another. So as we know, education is a beacon that guides a society to a better future. Human resource development depends on the quality of education we provide to the next generation. The aims of higher education is equity, inclusiveness, quality. So these can be achieved only through good governance in higher education institutions. Good governance features comprise of 8 key indicators: accountability, transparency, participation, equity, inclusiveness, efficiency, effectiveness, responsiveness, as well as participation, more importantly, must be adopted by all higher education institutions. Coming to our country, India. India is the 2nd most populous country in the world, and in short, in a few years from now, we would be the number 1. But the advantage with India is we have the youngest population in the world. And this is considered to be a demographic advantage when compared to all the other countries. But this demographic advantage will become a disadvantage if India's vast young population is not provided with quality higher education, because only quality higher education can allow the country to fulfill its immense human resource potential. So these aims can be achieved only by bringing in good governance in higher education through realizing the goals of good governance. And this can be done by adopting, in India, there is an aim to bring in the national education policy, but at the global level, there is an aim to bring in the sustainable development goals. So in that sense, governance in higher education is the means by which institutions of higher education and higher learning are formally organized and managed. As we know, India will have the world's largest economy. It is expected to grow at a very, very fast pace. So we have been seeing rapid industrialization, and it would require gross incremental workforce of about 250 million technically or very, very highly qualified people by the year 2030. India could potentially emerge as a global supplier of skilled manpower to the entire world. So, more than 50% of India's population presently is below the age of 25. So, more than 65% of India's population is below the age of 35. So, however, the gross enrollment ratio in higher education in India is less than 25. So, it is here that the main objectives of higher education is to meet the three important objectives, that is equity, expansion, and excellence. So when we speak of excellence, excellence comes through good governance, and for that we need to devise best practices and strategies. Only then we can have higher education institutions that are vibrant, that are welcoming, that are sustaining, and that can help the development of our youngsters. So to discuss this, we have presently three very eminent panelists to be joined by a couple of others. So let me start with the panelists from USA because it was quite late, and then I need to relieve them after they complete their discourse. So let me start. Let me start in a very, very proactive manner because we can have a lady first going. So Dr. Smitha, a lady of great accomplishments, will be the person to go first. The floor is yours, Dr. Smitha.
Thank you, everyone. It's very, very early in the morning here. It's 2 a.m. and I am wide awake with multiple cups of coffee, and I don't think I'll be able to sleep. So I don't mind going later, but since you have given me the forum, I'll be happy to take over. It's really interesting, the conversations that you're having. I attended a few sessions yesterday, and I also attended the two presentations made this morning. So it's really wonderful to see how active faculty and institutions are in their goal of providing quality education. So it's really thrilling for me to see this initiative by
Smita, sorry to interrupt. Each panelist has 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes to speak.
I am fully prepared and I have my timer on. Okay, so all of you are experts here about good governance. I wanted to share my experience here in the US and some of the emerging trends that we in higher education are seeing based on the political climate here. So that's something that I wanted to bring and share with you all. What I wanted to focus on is the inclusiveness aspect of it and also the equity aspect of higher education and good governance. And I want to highlight the students' role in good governance. My focus in my own research studies are about human rights, social justice, and as Dr. Newman specified, sustainable development goals. But sitting in the US, the perspective and the political climate is forcing higher education institutions to look at some of the social developments and political developments that are going around in the country, especially even during the pandemic and in the past few months, past year actually has been really volatile here in the US. And higher institutions are at the center of trying to bring about a huge shift in how we want to see our societies and how we want to see the younger generation and their role in the society. So my aim is to try and highlight how participation of students within these social movements here in the US is really forcing institutions of higher education to adapt and start thinking of innovative ways in which we need to change and design the entire education system. My focus really, I want to focus on three major social movements that have played a key role. Most of you are very aware, I think in this age of technology and information, we all know what's going on in each other's countries. So I'm sure you all have heard about many of the social movements that we are going through here in the United States. So the first one that I want to highlight, which is not very recent, it's a couple of years old, is based on gender, and it's the Me Too movement. So we are seeing higher institutions being forced to, look inwards and see how they have within their curriculum, within their structures, have created barriers maybe, or have policies in place and have systems in place that do not consider gender as a variable in the larger educational system. In the US, women, and I'm sure in India too, women are in higher education systems, in terms of demographics, very high, almost more than 50% of the student population are women, especially in graduate schools. And you see that women are being very forceful in forcing in across all disciplines, the STEM, which is the science, technology, engineering, and math streams, and also in the humanities and liberal arts, to look at the gender perspective, incorporating feminist theories in almost all aspects of education. Students are, challenging many of the policies that are in place about how concerns of graduate students, undergrad students, women faculty are addressed. The way that this comes across is in curriculum, of course. We are looking at genderizing the curriculum. We are looking at assessment, how we can genderize the assessment process. We are also looking at administrative processes, enrollment, and how women and higher education systems are either oppressed or encouraged. So that is one area where we are experiencing good governance models to incorporate a feminist ideology within higher institutions. The second social movement that I want to focus on is the Black Lives Matter movement, which kind of exploded in all our faces in the middle of the pandemic. And it has really forced institutions to revisit and re-examine their own roles in the larger systems of oppression. So we know that within the United States that minorities, which are very specifically ethnic minorities and racial minorities, have been, for generations been oppressed. And that also obviously comes in within the higher education institutions. So what we are seeing are higher education institutions are being forced to see their own role in how oppressive they can be in each process of the education, and what happens to the students that go through these oppressive systems, and when they go back into the labor force, into their societies and communities, are they enabling students to be more politically active? Are they enabling students with tools, with skills to address and be very politically active or not? So that's the other way that higher educations are really being forced to rethink. So you have a lot of leading universities putting out statements about their own role in slavery, their own role in how many of their systems have actually oppressed students. So I think it's very encouraging to see this shift. And for me, it's absolutely amazing, just coming from the background of having most of my education in India and then having my doctoral education in the United States, it gives me a perspective, it's giving me a lens to look at these institutions and how students are driving this rethinking of institutions. Students are really, through their activism and through their political participation, especially Black and minority students, are really challenging existing systems, shaking it up and forcing everybody to look through this lens of intersectionality and how that has larger political and economic, social, cultural kind of implications even after they go out of the institution. So students are very transient kind of agents, right? They are not a part of the higher education system for long. They come in as the students and they graduate and they move out. But in the limited time that they are in the education system, in the higher education system, they make a remarkable amount of impact. And each group that comes in is really more active than the previous group, you could say that. So this level of student activism is really shows big and strong in higher education. The third social movement that I want to focus on a little bit is on climate change, right? So as you're aware, all over the world, we are trying to reconcile how quickly we want to develop, how fast we want to develop, and what impact we are having on our environment and on the climate. So schools are being forced to think more innovatively, to think more inclusively and equitably, to see what we are teaching, how we are teaching our students to, make sure that with each generation, the coming generation, we have a planet to live on, which is going to be able to sustain us. And again, students' activism and student participation plays a big, big role here. The way that all of these three movements have impacted the higher education system comes out in a very concrete way in which the institutions are translating this activism into policies, right? So each institution is very aware of who their student body is, what are their backgrounds, and how they can have these students have an educational and very meaningful educational experience. I come from a university, which is a City University of New York, which is a public entity. My university is also designated as a minority serving institution. That means that more than 50% of the student body belongs to a minority group. It could be the ethnic minority or even language minority. So almost 60% of students in my school have English as their second language. So they, so you have a student body that is a minority, that is, a BIPOC population, which is students of color. And, so you have these institutions really being driven by these student demographics. So the changing student demographics are really impacting the institutions in terms of their funding, in terms of the faculty selection, in terms of the faculty-student ratio, and also in terms of the reality for the students who go through these institutions and then enter the labor market and also their communities. So we know for the fact, much research has been out there that tell us how these minority students face socially once they graduate from school. And we know for a fact that many of these students continue to remain unprivileged or disadvantaged even after getting a degree from the university. So what's happening is many of the structural and institutional kind of inequalities get perpetuated in the universities and further later on, even after the students graduate. So we are now in the process where we are questioning if what we have been doing so far is correct or not, and if not, how do we rectify it? So in terms of equity, I think I spoke a little bit about it yesterday. So if many of you were there yesterday, might find it.
You have 1 minute to wind up.
I know I have
Sorry.
1 minute. Yeah.
Yes.
So in terms of equity, institutions are really creating structures to ensure that their processes, the technology, the resources are equitably accessible to students. And I'll stop there and hopefully we can round it up and catch up when other presenters in the panel have completed their talk. But I'd like to stop here highlighting 3 social movements: Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, and the climate change movement, and how the institutions are actively addressing it. And I'd like to share some examples later on if I get a chance and if there are questions.
Thank you, Smita. For me, 3 very important key takeaways from your short presentation was the fact that you stressed upon the issue of women in higher education, which we in India are lagging behind, and we need to match up with that. The next one, which you spoke, is on the political activism of the students. So in India, just yesterday, the High Court of Delhi released 3 student activists. So student activism is something that is not encouraged in India, and it remains as a key challenge for us. So this is an area where the human rights organizations and the universities need to work together. Another very important issue which you touched upon was the issue of climate change. So it is inevitable. We need to be part of it. We need to conserve the energy systems which we have. We need to protect our environment. Otherwise, we perish. The message is very, very simple. So thank you, and hope you are going to stay with us for some time so that you can take some questions later. Next, we have Dr. Dato GP Doraisamy, a very, very well-known educationist from Penang, Malaysia, a very kind-hearted person, a person who never says no whenever there is a request from India, especially from me, to give a few talks. He's a great motivator. Yesterday, you would have seen the way he spoke. Dr. Doraisamy, without wasting time, your 10 minutes starts now. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Newman. It was a fantastic introduction. A very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, because we are living in a globalized world. It's afternoon, it's almost 2:30 p.m. in Malaysia now. And now let me thank once again for giving me this opportunity to St. Joseph Evening College, to the director, the principal, to the staffs, and to the organizing committee for giving me another chance for this day. Yesterday, I spoke on international networkings and collaborations, which I'll be touching a little bit on that in my points today as well. Now, I'm going to be very specific. The topic is a very big, very large topic, but I'm going to talk on strategies. How do you strategize your education institutions within India, or within your country, and outside of your country? How do you strategize? So I have got 3 main points here. Now, I was reading the book many years ago. I was reading the book by Alvin Toffler. I mean, the famous book called Cultural Shock. There was a topic, there was this, a chapter on educational revolution. Oh, that was very, very catchy. Me being an educationist earlier, I spent as an educationist 10 years teaching in Malaysia and Canada. I spent teaching, then I then became a lawyer, and then now back to education. Because why? Because I found that the only industry that can sustain throughout is the education industry. Everybody needs education, right? From kindergarten and up to postgraduate. Age doesn't matter in education. So that educational revolution sort of attracted me. So then came the word, I think everybody heard the word, the abbreviated word glocal, G-L-O-C-A-L. Think globally, act locally. Yeah. So when I was thinking this, how do you you are in one small area called Penang, Malaysia. How do you project yourself to be somebody in the world? So when I used this system, global, that means going global, globalization. The world is borderless. The world is seamless. So we have to position ourselves wherever you are. You have to position yourself. You have to be known in the world. So when I thought of that myself, I got two things to think about this word local. One, internalization. That means domestically, internalization. Domestically, how do you put your education, your education institution to be known within your country? How are you going to be the best within the country? So when I came into this, and when I studied about education, I was thinking which area of the education that I should go in. So it was way back about 25 years ago. I was a very busy legal man. I was running from one court to another. But I had this education in mind because I thought to myself, they said, once you're a teacher, forever you're a teacher. And that was one of me. So even though I became a legal man, education. So I was thinking that how do you project yourself and you got to be the best? You got to be the best in your country, in Malaysia. So when I was studying about education system, I was looking on the primary school, I was looking on to the secondary education, I was looking to the university education, postgraduate. Then I saw there is a very big market. There's a very big market for the matured, the busy working adults. Now, many of these working adults, 80 to 90%, they have only got one degree. They only got one basic degree. But they are unable to go for their master's degree or to their doctorate degree because of why? Because they are married, they are working, they got so many NGO connections, industries, very much busy. And these people, they need a postgraduate education. And how do you go into them? And that is where I came into this field way back in the late 1990s. Yeah, it's about 25 years ago. So we formalized a system where we are going to give postgraduate degrees for the busy, matured working adults. And then we strategized, we came out with a system that we can give them a class one weekend class, Saturday, Sunday in a month. This was very suitable for them over a period of 1 year. That means in 1 month, they only come for 2 days, Saturday, Sunday, full days. They study with us and we bring the best lecturers, but it was face-to-face. Unlike now it's online, but way back in the 25 years ago when we started, it was face-to-face. So that is where when I went in, and I set up centers all over Malaysia until I got about almost 30 centers all over Malaysia. And we became the best. We became the best provider, the master's degree provider for the busy working adults. Now, this is the niche market. This is what we have to think. When you want to be one of the best, now you got to see what is the best in your country. What is your best that you can offer? And this is what I felt that there is a big market. And then we went into it. And until today, I got students now, of course, first thing I told, internalization. The second point is internationalization. How do you bring into the international world, to the global world? Then I started my neighboring countries, Thailand. I went into Thailand. I went into Bangkok. I went into Vietnam. I went into Cambodia. I went into Myanmar. I went into Singapore. I went into Philippines. I went into Indonesia. I started spreading my wings internationally. First, it was internalization, that is within the country. The second, after 5 years, I started spreading my wings. We became an international provider. Today our centers are all over the world. We have centers all over the world, especially monitored for the working adults, which means the busy people, married people, working people, very busy people, and they need the degree. Now, this is the niche market. An institution must strategize itself in order to survive, in order to be relevant, especially during these pandemic times. Times are very, very bad. People need education. But how? How are you going to give them what is your solution, what is your strategy. You have to strategize. You cannot be going on the normal, the normal education way. You cannot survive. Many have closed shop.
Dr.
A lot of
Doraiswamy, you have 1 minute, sir.
Sorry. And the
Yeah,
second
1 minute,
point here, thank you. The second point here is the program which I talked yesterday about, international management program. Now we can do this program. We bring these students outside of your country. In other words, we are exposing them to students of another university, students of other universities. We got to expose them. Why? Because we are in a industrial, we are in a globalized world. We have to, today there's no borders. We are sitting here. I'm sitting in my home and I'm connected to around the world. Last night I spoke at, I slept at 4 a.m. Because why? I was in this London Zoom meeting, 8 p.m. in London. In my place was 3 a.m. I was on the Zoom. So this is what we call today, we have to strategize ourselves. Of course, point number three, you have to have that right networkings. Networkings here means with local universities, with overseas universities, and you must be networking with organizations like the Lions Club, like the social service clubs. You have to have that networkings, because this is where you bring in, students will come in. Then you got to do networking with industries, local industries, overseas industries, foreign industries. So this comes under networking. Then comes the collaboration. When I talk of collaboration, here we mean exchange of students, exchange of lecturers, yeah, so that they can have more understanding how another country operates its university, what they offer for their students, how do they offer themselves to the service, CSR, yeah, corporate social responsibilities. So every universities have got this CSR, corporate social responsibilities. So this is what I mean. So my point here is globalization, local. Think global, act locally. And point number two, international management program, which I did one program. I mean, Dr. Paul knows about it. I brought about 30 students to St. Joseph College about 4 years ago. This is part of my program, which I'm doing in many, about 25 countries at the moment. And of course, point number three, you must have networkings and collaborations internationally. You have to think global. You can be local, but your mind must be global. Your mind, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking of St. Joseph College every day. And I'm connected to USA, I'm connected to so many countries at the moment. Now, this is what we are in now. So I would say that these are the 3 points under the role of strategizing your institution to the international world. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Doctor. So for me, the key takeaways from your talk was the concept of internalization and then internationalization. Apart from that, marketing higher education. Then another very key important takeaway was creating urge for continuing education, whether you're married or whether you're old or young, the urge to continue education, and more importantly, to provide exposure to our students to different world situations and different places, as well as networking playing a very important role in higher education. So thank you, sir, for your discourse. Now the next speaker is my cousin Ritesh. Ritesh is young researcher, a person who worked in the software field for about 15 years, and all of a sudden he did not like that too much because it was becoming too very monotonous. So he took his time out, came to India, spent about a couple of years here, went to the Jesuit centers, especially at Kodaikanal, the Zen center here, and then made up his mind to go to Germany, became a researcher, and then started teaching. He is an activist, he's a teacher, he's a practitioner, and more importantly, he is an adventurer, a person who likes to experiment. And as a person who's into academics, it is always good to listen to young minds, especially from the West, so that we can learn the recent happenings there. So over to you, Ritesh. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, Paul. Can I actually share my screen?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, hopefully you can see a presentation. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. We can hear you. Yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. Thanks for inviting me. I'm very happy to be part of this. I haven't done something like this before. But the part that Paul left out about roaming in Germany is that we also roamed around in Bangalore. And one of the campuses I visited was your campus, St. Joseph's College. It was very good, nice experience for me. So I'd like to talk a little bit today about how we actually hold our knowledge. Yeah, so a little bit more at a fundamental level, and hopefully this will get you thinking so that you can see how you can relate it to governance and the topics that you are thinking about. I'm very glad that Dr. Smita and Dr. Doraiswamy went before me, and they mentioned already the topics of diversity and also internationalization, because that we will come to that, as you will see. Yeah. So my whole idea is how we actually can build some flexibility into our understanding, how we actually hold our knowledge. Yeah. So here is a little, very high level, 50,000 feet model of how we actually learn and acquire knowledge. So we experience the world, we make some postulates, you know, in science we call them, hypotheses. And yeah, we acquire some certainty by testing it, and then we face new facts, and then we update the knowledge, and then we keep doing this, yeah. As a child, we do this automatically as we experience the world. And as we grow up, we continue to learn and acquire, and we use various ways. I've listed 6 of them here. These are called pramanas in Sanskrit. We acquire new, we learn through new experiences, we do inferences, we have comparison analogy, we make postulations as we do in science, and then we also have knowledge of non-existence when we know for sure that something does not exist. Yeah. And we also quote experts and authority and texts. Yeah. But something happens after this. Yeah. Then we kind of grow up. And then this whole process that we see on the right starts slowing down. And this is also normal because I think the reasons behind this are we face some sort of regularity in our lives. Every day starts becoming the same. There is so much complexity around us that we have to do this. We have to minimize our world in some way so that we can actually live healthily and without too much complexity. We are also trying to reduce, this is something from psychology. Yeah, we have a need for cognition, but we also try to reduce our cognitive load at the same time. Yeah, and so one of the ways in which we do this is slowing down our knowledge. Yeah. So anyway, and then we also belong to tribes. We that once we belong to a certain tribe, we just take all the knowledge from there, and then we don't need to change anything about the knowledge of the tribe anymore. It becomes, so therefore our knowledge ends up becoming static, more certain, and we have the illusion that it's more complete and it's more objective. Yeah, that it's somehow independent of our things, yeah, our own self. So, and yet, as Dr. Smithy and Dr. Doraiswamy said, all the things around us are changing all the time. Yeah, Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, and internationalization, globalization. Yeah, all of this. And we know that our perception is actually faulty. Yeah. If you take one example, I've listed all the senses here, but if you take one example of our hearing or vision, yeah, we see a very tiny spectrum of, the whole world. There are animals with supposedly less cognitive capacities than us that actually hear and see way better and different things at a higher level of, higher frequency than us. And we know we have knowledge that we are interdependent on other things. Yeah, all these movements that Dr. Smithy talked about, and all the globalization that Dr. Doraisamy talked about, it affects us continues to affect us in major ways. Yeah. So what do we do? Yeah, how do we actually restore this learning? How do we actually hold this knowledge? Yeah. So we go through, and this is just my suggestion. I ask you to take it into your mind and consider this for yourself, whether it's actually true for you or not. Yeah, this is from my own experience. So the way we develop understanding, I feel like we need to make a small shift into understanding as investigating impermanence, the first one, incompleteness, and interdependence of all our ideas. Yeah. So I'll focus on the first one, impermanent. So by impermanence, what I mean is that we hold all our knowledge and reasoning as something provisional, something that changes, something that is merely a launching pad for further knowledge acquisition. Yeah. And I put in a couple of examples, one from physical science, and knowing Paul, also one example from social science, but this has already been mentioned, I think. So for example, we had this miasma theory in the 1800s for a long time, actually. And we also went through a couple of pandemics with the theory of miasma. And what this said was that we get diseases from bad air. Yeah. Can you imagine going through a pandemic with this faulty theory? Eventually, luckily, somebody was bold enough to consider knowledge as provisional, and they came up with the germ theory of disease. Yeah, and we get so much benefit from that now. And the same thing to do with race and caste. Yeah, if you remember the measurements of skulls and how big they were and all of that as indicative of cognitive capacities of individuals. Yeah. This has widely been disproved now. And so anyway, another way in which we know that knowledge has been impermanent. The second thing I'd like to focus on is how it's incomplete. And by incomplete, I mean we cannot have complete information about anything. Yeah. And once we have something, just like a little baby trying to hold a finger, grasp onto a finger, we hold on to knowledge that we already have. Yeah. And this is a fundamental problem that we have with knowledge. Timothy Noakes, a researcher in biology and physiology, says that 50% of what we know right now will be false in about 7 years. Yeah. So anyway, we fundamentally have incomplete knowledge. Yeah. And I've given a couple of examples. Electricity, we thought electricity was all there was until Maxwell came along, and then he started moving electric fields and discovered magnetism. Yeah. So we did not know everything about electricity. And the same thing with ethnicity. Dr. Paul, for example, works with Tamils in Sri Lanka. Yeah. Why should these Tamils be treated a certain way? Because of their ethnicity and the language they speak. Yeah, why? And so we don't have complete information about these individuals just because of their cultural belonging. Third thing I like to highlight is the interdependence of knowledge. What we know and reason about arises in dependence with other things. And as Dr. Doraisamy said, the internationalization part of it. Yeah, we are living in a world where we are constantly interacting with other things and the world itself. So context becomes very, very important. A certain self-awareness. What are our priors? Where are we looking at it from? What are we rejecting? What are we accepting? Yeah. And of course, in physical science, you have famous examples of the double slit experiment, where it was found that, or was shown that a particle can behave both as a particle and as a wave. Yeah. And then we have, of course, globalization. Although it has benefited a lot of us with indications of populism all over the world, and also with the Black Lives Matter movement and the Me Too movement, we can see how globalization is not seen the same way. It hasn't been the same for everybody. Yeah. So we live in this world where we also depend on how other people perceive things we know. Yeah. So anyway, just to come to the conclusion, how does this actually look like? How does a more a healthier way to hold our knowledge look like? Yeah. The first thing I would like to say is we need to restore our childlike process. Yeah, this process where we constantly update things that we know. And with that, we also move towards self-discovery. Yeah, knowledge as a means of finding out who we actually are. Yeah, it used to be the goal, I think, of philosophy and learning in general, but I think somehow we have lost it along the way. And how does it look like? How does it look like when we are holding knowledge in the right way? We have diversity, a point that both speakers before me have specified. Women, including multiple ethnicities, viewpoints, yeah, collaboration, as Dr. Doraisamy was talking about, with other universities, with international people, as Dr. Paul is doing right now with this very program. And attitude, yeah, developing an attitude of compassionate inquiry, yeah, as using the process to somehow develop patience and to develop ourselves, yeah, and having a childlike curiosity about things. And through all this, also developing an idea of what our mind itself looks like, yeah, so self-discovery. So I'd like to end with a quote attributed to Dr. Keynes, John Maynard Keynes, the economist. He's known to have said, when the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ritesh. To me, the key points of your talk was acquiring knowledge, not just acquiring, but also constantly updating to be very, very relevant. And then, most importantly, the interdependence of knowledge is something which you beautifully put across. Understanding, investigating, and also the need for us to once again go back to the basics, that is to acquire and be updated. Thank you once again for being with us, and I hope you are going to stay for some more time before you run away. May I call upon Ms. Vidya to introduce the other two panelists? I think they are waiting.
Yes, we have two more panelists with us. The first one, Dr. B.S. Ponmudi Raj, currently advisor with NAC, Government of India, has over 28 years of teaching and administrative experience. He underwent training in Australia for quality assurance peer review and has organized national level assessors training programs. Sir is a host and coordinator for many international delegations on behalf of NAC. We welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to also welcome NG Ban, business development manager, entrepreneur, human rights advocate, design engineer, data scientist, UNO consultant, who is a permanent representative at United Nations Economic and Social Council. I, on behalf of St. Joseph's family, would welcome you to this panel session, and over to you, Paul, sir.
Thank you, Vidya. May I now request Dr. Ponmudi Raj to directly start the session. So you have 10 minutes to go, 10 minutes time.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Reverend Father Derek, Father Brian, Kanishka and IQAC coordinator, my fellow colleagues of the panels and the speakers. Wonderful initiative by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the St. Joseph's Evening College Autonomous on the faculty development program, which is going on hybrid mode. I suppose it is virtual also and online also. Some people may be face-to-face. I'm not sure about it. Now, I was just wanted to talk a little bit on the panels, which the topic was on the governance and best practices. I'll take the Indian context a little bit. There is always a debate when you talk about administration and management, including when you talk about the Indian Administrative Service and the different types of people who manage things. So I'm not going to the debate per se, which is administration is hierarchy or which is low or management is low, but we talk about governance. When you talk about governance, especially in higher education, I would like to stick to the Senate syndicate of a university or a governing body of a college, an institute which you manage. It may be private, it may be public, it may be grantee like your St. Joseph's Evening College. So I would like to stick mostly to this governance part and best practices within our system. We have almost 53,000 colleges and almost 1,000 universities in India. So with this, I would like to, talk how the governance act, the action. When we talk about, we even think about the, a kind of Ignatian pedagogy. Everybody understands that the reflection, context, and evaluation of action. And in a broader context of evaluation, we again talk about experience, action, and reflection. People may be aware of it, of the Ignatian pedagogy and the Ignatius. Now, when you talk about whether it is applicable to governance, we talk about students, we talk about priests, we talk about the religious, we talk about the laity. To the governing body, immaterial of crossing the lines. Yeah. So whether it can be in detail, because we talk about governance as the policy issue. They cannot go into the day-to-day administration of the department or a research or a consultancy or the students' welfare measures. So what is the best practices we can see within the system when you talk about the top colleges? Whether the top colleges may be top because of the teaching faculty, the top colleges are top because of the student community, or the top colleges are good because of the governance. All three falling in line, I will not call it a rarity. So with this, I just wanted to talk three things on the governance. One is we talk about student-centric learning in pedagogy. No problem, in a classroom situation, outside the classroom situation. But how far the governance, the governing body, the management body, whatever the nomenclature you can call it, take care of the teaching faculty, aided, unaided, visiting faculty, ad hoc, part-time, on-call basis, across the 36 states, whatever you can call, about 25 plus 3, now it is 25 plus 3, 28, 27 states and 6 union territories, 7 plus 1 national capital territory of Delhi. I'm talking in Indian specific context. Bear with me, international experts. So this is very important. So whether the governance is taking care of the teaching faculty, in what way? This is my first point, which I wanted to just talk deliberatively. It can be about the promotional avenue. I'm not entering into the pay packages, the annual packages, the aided packages, unaided packages. So the governance give a conducive environment for the teaching faculty. The same thing was applicable for the supporting staff, what we call non-teaching staff in an Indian context. Technical staff, supporting staff, administrative staff, lab assistants, lab, from the lowest rung to the top, the superintendent or the whatever you can call the assistant registrar, deputy registrar, registrar of a university in an Indian context. So with this, how do you take care of them? Whether it's a government employee or an unaided self-financing staff. What were the welfare measures you take care of them? So is there a set policies? Because we talk about governance. When we talk about governance, good institutions have spelled out this. I can give you an example of the policies. Most of the good institutions in the country have this, a set of rules way back, very long back. I've seen by the one of the colleges in Zero. This is an IRO. There's a far-flung area in Arunachal Pradesh. So I think some of the religious priests are running that college. If I'm right, the Clarentians priest or somebody. They have a clear-cut policy for promotion when you leave it, for about the leaves or the casual leave or the right of the casual leave or the medical leave or the paternity leave or the maternity leave. Policy. Then comes administration, then comes your management on a day-to-day affairs, the principal, the dean, the directors, the heads of the departments, execution at the ground level. These institution matters. These should be taken care of the governance in a written form, not according to the whims and fancies of the, the people. This is where the success stories of top NIRF, top ranking colleges, the good colleges, whether they participated in NAC or NIRF or AICT, NBA or ISAT, any of the accreditation or even the non-accreditation processes of the top quality. This is good governance, has helped institutions at higher quality. I have 4 more minutes before Paul could. We are teachers, basically we stick to time, okay? So thank you, Paul. And the first and second about the teaching and non-teaching staff. I spoke about the student centricity. Third comes, basically we are here because of students. If students do not come, nothing happens. So how do you handle the students' issues? Activism, movements, religious, non-religious, spiritual, social concerns. How do you imbibe them within the framework of law, within the framework of the law of the land? You educate them, you tell them. Otherwise, they talk about NSS, NCC, Red Cross Society, Rotary Club, Rotary International, Youth Exchange, Canada, Vancouver, Burma, Sri Lanka. This is what they talk about. RCC, NCC parade. Now, how do you inculcate the students, the policy of governance, inculcating a cascading effect of the policies? Some of the students may not understand the policy. You may understand the nook and corner of our country. So how do you imbibe the characters of policy, getting, cascading effect, understanding, comprehending the policy? Okay, they say this is the students, for example, internal assessment, sectional marks, or a project work, or an internship, or a summer school they have to attend for a third year BCom in between the 5th and 6th semester. Okay, he doesn't, or a behavioral pattern, or an inquiry, or a tribunal, or a court case. Recently, you have started about the court cases. So how the students, regarding the students, the policy inculcating among the students, is there some special concession in the governance? For example, I can give you one particular quote about Loyola College, Chennai. I can give about a department itself, the statistics department of MSc statistics department. A couple of students did not clear the 2 years program, 4 semesters and 4 years, 2 years. Immediately, what has happened? The failed students were contacted by the alumni of the department and the good faculty members, teaching staff. They brought back those who are supposed to complete 2 years in 2 years, brought back from the villages the people who have arrears, what we call in an Indian language, who did not pass their papers. Come and sit in the class as a third year. There's no third year. As a second year, wherever that class happens, only for that particular course. And they cleared the paper and they got the degree. So where does the governance issue come here? Is there a policy? Can you ask where is the policy by the rector or the vice president of BGES? There is no policy. These are all called innovative practices in governance, or you can call governance within the hand of a teaching staff or the head of the department or a dean. This is how, the success stories of top institutions, the so-called top institutions, taking care of the teaching faculty, non-teaching and supporting staff, as well as the student community. This is the success stories. Here I stop 1 minute before Dr. Paul. Thank you. Namaskar. Paul, I stopped. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Vidya, I stopped, Rekha. I've closed for the session.
Yes, sir. I think there's some issue with Dr. Paul's internet.
Okay. Take it forward.
Sorry, there was a technical problem. The internet was. Am I audible, Vidya?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry. There was some technical errors. Thank you, Dr. Ponmudi Raj. You are a great teacher. You finished 1 minute ahead of schedule. The key takeaway from your talk was completely circulated around being student-centric. So whether it is the teaching learning process or whether it is to deal with the teachers or with the non-teaching staff, the whole gamut of it is student centric. So thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. NG Ban. I know him personally. We have worked together at the UN. So over to you, Mr. Ban. You have 10 minutes to go.
Thank you, Dr. Paul Norman. Thank
Yes,
you.
nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, participants from St. Joseph College and all over the globe, the people who are participating in, who have been participating in this event since the 17th, I understand. I really appreciate you all for organizing such a wonderful, wonderful event on such a hot topic that is very often not covered as elaborately as this has been covered, according to my observation. I'm going to be talking today not the theory of governance, not the academics of governance, but just the practicability and how good governance practices, good governance and best practices could best impact our world of today, and especially on higher education. What is higher education? It is that tertiary part where students come to study at universities and colleges and places of higher learning. And in higher education, what do we get? We often get the theory where students come in, they're prepared to pass the exam, to study very hard, to understand the theory, and then they go out in the world, they are faced with the practical aspects of governance, and theory doesn't quite meet the practice. So I want to touch on that aspect of interrelating the theory of good governance within higher education setting and the practice, which in turn translates to the best practices of good governance, Often we are formed and informed by how we are educated. We are influenced by how we are educated, where we are educated, and the things that we are educated about. Within the higher education setting, when we talk of government and governance, first of all, good governance comes from the word, from government. What is a government? Or what is government? Government is that body with the power to make and enforce laws, decisions, rules within a country, land area, over people, and over organizations. Simply put, I know there are several broader definitions of government, but simply put, it is just whoever takes control of people's lives over organizations, companies, countries, and land area. So if we're talking of good governance, then we cannot leave out government, because government is what enforces or makes good governance come to bear. And depending on the kind of government then we have, it's going to then determine what kind of good governance practices we produce. And we often talk of good governance practices, but on the contrary, there is also bad governance, which is not often talked about. and it's something that we always have to compare and contrast before we can see the benefits of good governance. Why good governance? Why only good governance and not bad governance? For all practical matters, can we all answer that we have good governance practices in our institutions, in our colleges, in our universities, in our countries, and in the world? That is not to be answered here. That's a food for thought. It's a question for us to take with us. So good governance practices in higher education starts with instilling in the student body from the administration, from the corporate administration of the higher institution, the best types of practices. And that typically, as I'll quote John C. Maxwell, a renowned leadership expert, who said, he says it best by saying that everything rises and falls with leadership. In a good governance scenario, if you don't have good leadership, then it often results to what is called bad governance, and which is not often quite the fancy word to say. Everybody wants to stick within the good governance framework, especially in international milieu, like for instance, the UN setting, United Nations setting. You'd often hear experts and professionals and everybody come and say, we adhere to good governance practices. There is good governance everywhere. But in all practical matter, is that true? Is that what we experience and face as we go out in the world? So I want to say that when these students get groomed by good leadership in our higher institutional settings, they then go out, they then emerge as the products of good governance. Therefore, what is good governance? Good governance is an exhibition of the skills, the best values, and the best practices that are inculcated into the students, that is imparted onto the students as well as faculty, as well as everyone included in the academic, the institutional experience of a higher institutional learning, of a university, of a college. And some of those values of good governance can include diversity, openness, transparency, equity and equality, and I know there's always this debate ongoing about equity and equality. They're not the same. In equality, you talk of things like gender balance, religion, spiritual, social, political views of everyone, and try to get the interdependency and interconnectivity of the world today with respect to technology and the advancement of new developments in science, in communication, and all of that good stuff. So, therefore, in conclusion, I would say that in order for us to achieve and attain good governance practices, we have to develop in the students. I'm dwelling more on the students because typically people, the staff, the administration, the professionals who work at the colleges and the universities have already gone through a certain rigorous selection process and have attained a certain level of satisfactory satisfactory qualification in life for them to be put in those positions of responsibility in which they are, and typically they're not looking to go out there in the world and fight for their life, for their own personal development, as opposed to the young academic, the student who is graduating, coming in, studying, graduating to go out to the world, to face the world, and to showcase or to actually practice what they have studied through their time at the higher institution of learning. So if we would use these principles and values of inclusion, diversity, openness and transparency, equity and equality, and interdependency in our good governance studies at our universities and institutions of higher learning, then I believe we are graduating students of who would go out there and actually confirm the practice of good governance. And I just want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Brother Van. Something that really struck me was your opening remarks. Where, when, what, how one can be educated. And you also made the comparison between how government needs to back up governance. And you also very clearly specified what bad governance is. You really touched upon the core issue, what we lack in many places, the issue of leadership, something that we all yearn for. That apart, you also spoke on the issues of diversity, the issues of openness, equity, something which we need in the field of higher education to make it more relevant, to make it far-fetching, to make it also reach the masses. So with this, I call upon the participants to start posting your questions. We can take up questions for about 10 minutes. Yeah, when you pose questions, you please point out to whom you are posing the question, because we have 5 panelists. Please kindly mention to whom your question is directed. Yeah, there's a question from Ms. Mary Ann to Dr. Smitha. Do you think good governance at the institution level can serve to reduce digital and other infrastructural divides that prevent marginalized groups from receiving good quality education, especially when education is moving to online mode during the pandemic? If so, how? Dr. Smitha, the question is for you.
Yeah, a very good question and very relevant in current times, especially where the whole field of education is being drastically changed and the modality is now online. So especially with marginalized groups, at least in the context here in the US, what we find is that the institutions of higher education are really being proactive, recognizing just from the pandemic, just in terms of mortality in the pandemic, what we have seen is that the most marginalized sections of the community have been most hard hit, right? And in the same way, reflecting that in the educational system, there is a clear recognition that marginalized students who are, poorer, who come from marginalized communities, who belong to minority groups, are the ones that definitely need a specific proactive plan of delivering education. So at least in my university, I can speak to my university, there has been immense amount of funding that has been diverted specifically to provide the infrastructure for the students. And it has, to a great extent, shown to be successful, at least from the practical point of view of students being able to attend classes and attend the semester. Now, how it will translate into long-term benefits is something that we can see, because when we are serving marginalized students, you don't want to just put a Band-Aid over a need that's much more greater. So at least at the educational level, yes. creating infrastructure by a higher institution is absolutely critical. Many universities have been doing that successfully, at least in the US, at least in our school. There have been problems. I'm not saying it's all nice and rosy, but I do see a commitment. I do see a dedication to meet the needs of marginalized students. And because also there is a very high political voice and representation for these students, both by themselves and by the community leaders. So yes, there is a very strong advocacy for them. And that is definitely, hopefully, will bring about some long-term benefits as well that we can assess in the coming few years to see if there are some long-term benefits to it. But to answer your question, yes, institutions have definitely been trying to address the needs of the marginalized students.
Thank you. There's a question for Ritesh. The question is, even if teachers update their contents, there are some students who are so dependent on the notes and material provided by their seniors, be it a recorded video, soft copy, notes, etc., which might be outdated. That goes viral in WhatsApp and etc. And most students at the last minutes of exams pick those for their convenience. Only the students who are regularly attentive in classes and stay in touch with books, e-books are able to get the updates. Is there any solution to this?
Yeah,
Ritesh?
thank you, Sunita. It's a great question and a very practical question. I think this touches on the topic we're speaking about today. What can governance do, good governance, for making, facilitating this, right? I have the experience of moving from a situation of bad governance to a situation of good governance. And what it helped me, what it gave me was the good governance situation was more time to actually do the last part of what you are saying. Have time to actually look up new things and learn other things, to engage with others and things like this. But yeah, this is a big problem, I think. And I think often as part of, I think, governance, maybe Jiban would call this bad governance, is we are so focused on getting good grades and all of this. The system is primed for this. And therefore, we don't even have time to, update our knowledge and all of these things here. So anyway, in this case, I would just say, yeah, I mean, we have this wonderful resource of the internet, which also takes us in wrong ways, but hopefully you can use this to get connected. One thing I've been doing actually during the pandemic, for example, because my education, even though there's a lot of good governance here, it doesn't give me the things that I need. So what I started doing is forming book clubs. I started taking a book that I liked on a topic I liked, related to a subject I liked, and I found some people to discuss it with. So maybe this is a practical thing you can do to update your knowledge after the exams when you would like. Yeah. I hope this helps with your question, but it's a difficult question. I struggle with it all the time. Thanks, Sunita. I don't know if any of the other panelists want to talk about this as well.
Yeah, if I could just take about 20 seconds, Paul. We, in the last year during the pandemic, were banned from giving tests that were multiple choice. We did not give any, all of the tests were open book, open resources, and involved only critical thinking. So no amount of notes and no amount of WhatsApp groups would help students to answer the questions, which forced them to bring in their personal experiences. So my recommendation is to have students develop a skill to think critically, linking academics to their personal lives and to their lives in their community. I think that indirectly somewhat forces students not just to use the rote method of learning, but to just think for themselves. So our university actually implemented it as a policy. So I think good governance or innovative governance, I don't know, but it was something we had to do. We didn't have a choice.
Yeah, thank you. The next question is to Dr. Ponmudi Raj from Professor Ravi Richard, who asks, has assessment and accreditation really brought about good governance practices in higher education institutions in India?
I thought I'll just add little value before taking up that to just supplement to Dr. Smita and Ritesh. It's a simple, not an administrative kind of an answer. When you find you must give this type of teachers, there is always a problem with the bright students, with the weaker students with the bright students. The mediocre is always mediocre. This is the Indian situation, by and large. First bench, last bench, middle bench, we call it. Okay, if this is the case, we just talk to some couple of times at the governance level. We have to talk to them, talk to the teachers who are doing these things. Kind of a warning. I will not say a memo. Okay, a kind of a warning or a kind of a talk or a chat with the teacher, faculty. Find twice, thrice, for last resort, throw the teacher out. Simple. Otherwise, you're doing damage to some 18 to 10 generations. By removing that faculty, you're doing good to him or her and to the institution. This is a simple supplement to what Ritesh and Smita was trying to talk. This is to Sunita Rajamani. Okay, perhaps very harsh and very strong, but there is a long rope you give them, and finally you have to. Otherwise, you're spoiling a lot of people. And coming to my question as assessment accreditation to Ravi Richard, yes, I will say yes. But you understand the context of assessment accreditation and whatever the inspections or the peer review, whatever we call peer review, people do a lot of good things at the governance level so that they implement for the sake to get A+ accreditation, quality, A++ or A grade or a good accreditation score. But we prefer in the internal quality assurance cell, the philosophy is very, very clear. Nobody can change anybody unless you decide to change. So the NAC philosophy is clear. The government policies, rules, regulations gives you a conducive environment for change of quality for the benefit of students. You're doing everything for the sake of getting scores that doesn't benefit. Some institution does that. Some institution cook up data. They, even go to an extent of not even data. They forge data. They even we have taken necessary actions on those type of institutions. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rekha has a question to Ritesh again. How can we mentor students to be lifelong learners? How can we mentor students to be lifelong learners? Ritesh?
I forgot to mention this in the talk. Thanks for the question, Rekha. So in India, we have, and those of us that travel outside India know this and realize this and appreciate this much, much more than when we stay in India. Is India has such incredible diversity. You go to the next state and they speak a language you don't understand, a script you cannot read. Yeah, perhaps even a religion that's very different, or even if it's within the same religion, different practices. So I would encourage people to do what actually helped me become a lifelong learner, which is actually travel and experience diversity. Of course, it has to be done in a sort of a safe environment. So that's definitely one thing. And then, of course, the other thing I would say is, use the powers of the internet to engage with other, more diversity internationally also. The other thing also that kept me learning was something called the continuing education program, which actually is very commonly offered in a lot of the American universities, where you go back to university or to college as a 30-year-old, as a 40-year-old, as a 50-year-old, to learn a language, to update your capabilities, or for continuing education credits, or some things like this, And you're put in class with people coming from so many different backgrounds. And this is something that really helped me. So offering these kind of programs even contacting professionals in working in companies, or as Dr. Paul has done, to contact people here that are interested in these things, to engage with them, to have a monthly meeting, to online, to, learn. These are things that I think can be done online. So I think this is how we can store. Of course, the idea of curiosity and lifelong learning sometimes in my own field in psychology is called a trait behavior. So it often comes across as something that cannot be changed. But from my experiences in India, from my experiences of colliding into diversity, I think there's no other way than when you are faced with diversity to be a lifelong learner. Thank you for the question, Rekha.
Ritesh, Dr. Rekha teaches psychology.
Perfect. Thanks for the question, Dr. Rekha.
Yeah. The next question is to The next question is to Professor Doraisamy. Sir, do you think globalization as an ideology can be a threat to local cultures and traditions who lose their local identity when trying to be understood and accepted at a global level? Do you think that the global interaction demands that we accept Eurocentric attitude in the first place?
Thank you. I have to be very critical. It has put me on the critical thinking mode now. Of course, I can say yes, and I can say no. Well, to me, as all of us have been traveling from Malaysia, from India to America to Canada to Australia, well, do you want to be an American? An Indian, you want to be an American? It's your question now. Or you want to be a true Indian. You want to have that own culture with you. You want to be you want to have that staunch Indian attitude. Well, it's you can't help it. Sometimes when I travel, as what they say, when you're in Rome, do as the Romans do. You have to speak the language. You have to pick up the culture. You have to some or other. You have to have the food, the Western food or the European food or the Eastern food. You have to go along with the culture, with the tradition. Of course, globalization, there are pros and cons about globalization. There are people who oppose globalization. And we all know China, I mean, we call it a communist country. China was all the while was having a closed door policy until the mid-70s. In the mid-70s, when China opened up the doors, that is where people start going. And when I went into China, well, my first China trip was way back in 1990. When I was in China in 1990, I was in a place in Beijing. We were visiting the Great Wall of China, and there was a lady who was I mean, she was a vendor. She was selling something at the entrance of the Great Wall, the Badaling. They call it the Badaling entrance. It's about 1 hour drive from Beijing to Badaling. This Chinese lady came to me, and she touched me. She touched my skin. I was very surprised. I said, a Chinese lady coming and touching my skin. And I asked my fellow Chinese friend from Malaysia. I said, hey, Mr. Chan, this Chinese lady speaking something in Mandarin. I mean, there are many types of Mandarin. And I asked him, why she's touching me? She spoke something in Chinese, and Mr. Chan spoke to me back. He said, in her whole life in China, she has not seen a black man. This is way back in 1990. In China, she has not seen a black man, or what we call as the colored man. That is why she's coming to touch me. She's touching you to see whether you're really, is it a real black color, or is it a colored, or is it that you have painted it black? So that kind of attitude, China had way back when it has the closed door policy. But today, China has gone into many countries, and China has set up a lot of infrastructure. Well, even in Malaysia or Sri Lanka, in Africa, so many countries. That is different story. I mean, I'm not going to go into the political aspect of China. But what I'm trying to say here is that through globalization that we are being connected. We are being exposed to different cultures. When you go overseas to study, like, of course, people like Ritesh, Smita will know, well, from the India, when you go into America, of course, you retain your identity. You retain some of your Indian identity that you will never lose. But probably 60 to 70%, you have to adapt. You have to adopt and adapt. You have to adopt and adapt to the present situation, wherever you're in Washington or you're in New York, you're in Los Angeles or in San Francisco, you have to adopt and adapt to the present situation. This is what I mean. So what we are trying to do here is, by having globalization or in that sense, I was talking about internationalization, we are getting exposed to different cultures, different people, different language, different race, different colors, all kind of people, different religions.
If you can wind up, it will be a great help.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So what I would say, to me, it is in you. How do you want to retain yourself? Whether you want to absorb 100%, there are people who have adapted to the place where they have been. They have become 99% an Englishman. They speak like English. They behave like English. They eat English food. It is up to you how to do. To me, retain yourself. Retain your Indian identity. Have your Indian identity, but try to adapt yourself. Adapt yourself to the environment. We got to adapt yourself to the environment. Otherwise, there are going to be a lot of cultural shocks. There are going to be a lot of problems, and you cannot really get into the society. You cannot get into the what you call the flow of what is happening in that country. So to me, I would say that there's no problem of globalization. It is just in you, except what you feel that it is necessary and is important for you. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. The last two questions, maybe first Dr. Ponmudi could answer, and then Mr. Jiban can answer. The first question is to Dr. Ponmudi. Sir, is there any update for assessment for teaching-oriented college? Then the next question, the last question, of course, is to Mr. Jiban. There's a question from Ms. Marianne, who asks, how can institutions create spaces for students and faculty to develop as good leaders? So with these two questions, we can wind up the session after a moderator's note. Dr. Ponmudi, you can go first.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah. People may be aware of the draft, which has come on to NEP 2019, 477 odd pages. And the July 28th, 2020, approved by the Honorable Cabinet of the Government of India, 67 pages. As a teaching faculty, I urge every one of you to read this policy, the National Education Policy 2020. Categorically, they talked about three types of universities, basically two, what is called a teaching university and a research university. That does not mean a research university will not do teaching. That does not mean teaching university will not do. It is more than 50% of the programs are research oriented. They do that. So similarly, the understanding and there is a multidisciplinary educational research universities, BRU. These are the three they talk about. Regarding the colleges, they talk about two, basically undergraduate. That doesn't stop from PG and PhD and postdoctoral and other things. So that obviously the assessment criteria will change. NAC is already developing the tools based on NEP. Thank you.
Yeah. The next question, Mr. Jiban. Are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes. Please go ahead. How can institutions create spaces for students and faculty to develop as good leaders? Is the question.
Thank you, Dr. Nuran. And thank you, Marianne. You made my day. This is the most enjoyable part for me when it comes to the questions. The presentation is I always struggle with it. And that's a very interesting question. Thank you. I'll refer back to what Professor Devan said, that her institution that's the New York City University, I believe, went out and deliberately created and instituted policy that this is going to be so. So that is one example in which how you can come about creating spaces or making space for students to acquire the skills of good governance, right? That was a question. I'm just looking back. Faculty to develop good leaders, and that's one part I didn't talk about during my presentation. Remember, I talked about inclusion, diversity, openness, transparency, equity, and equality, and somewhat interdependency. We can deliberately set policy in these universities and higher institutions of learning, whereby in the student leadership, what they usually call student union or student government, where the students, that's where the students start acquiring the skills of leadership, how to run their affairs, how to lead themselves, how to review their peers, how to, kind of look over what each one of them is doing and getting better at what they are doing. So they are mimicking the art of government. They're looking at the administration, they're looking at the leadership, the core leadership of the college, and they're mimicking how to make decisions, how to make rules, how to stick by those rules, how to run themselves, and how to get obtain higher quality outcomes. So that would be a great way, and different types of leadership can involve democratic leadership, where student leaders are elected. They're selected by election, by democratic selection process. And then there is a rotational leadership, typically in these university and college settings around the world. It's not standard, but around the world, it's usually anywhere from 2 years to through 4 years to 6 years, those going for higher degrees and tertiary degrees. If you would have a rotational leadership where you'd say, okay, you can't have a leadership of more than 2 years. After 2 years, you only have a 2-year lifetime. You can't be a leader after that. Then it brings to like that openness part where you're allowing everybody into the space to some sort of, not overtly, but indirectly compete for leadership, and that begins to create the space for practice of how the future organization, the future country, and the world is going to look like in the future. I hope I answered the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are some more questions, but then the panelists can answer directly in the chat box. I have to sum up because we are severely running short of time. To sum up, I would say that the major emphasis of the higher education policy should be on promoting inclusiveness in order to accommodate students from the marginalized sections into the ambit of higher education. The affirmative action interventions should be revitalized to make them efficient as well as effective. Women's participation and performance in higher education needs to be intensified by providing safe and secure environment within and outside the institutional campuses. Gender gap can also be bridged by providing scholarships, hostel facilities, imparting skill training so that they can learn as well as earn. Higher education institutions must play an important role in societal development. That is the very purpose of their existence. In the recent years, higher education has isolated itself from the society, and there is a need to re-establish and strengthen higher education's close linkages with the society if we have to move forward as a developed society. The universities need to foster social responsibility and engage in community outreach programs. Democracy thrives, survives, and persists on the efficacious functioning of its educational systems. In the absence of proper curriculum and predominance of mechanical studies, the whole philosophy of life has been confused. higher education reforms should be brought in such a way that they make the following words of Mahatma Gandhi come true. The father of a nation says that education is the development of body, mind, and spirit. In simple words, holistic development of a human person. So with this, I thank my panelists, the 5 of them from different parts of the globe, as well as a couple of them from India, for making their time, for forgetting their sleep, and then getting into a sleep disorder and being with us. And some of them quite early, like Ritesh from Germany, quite early for him in the day. Dr. Ponmudi Raj, Dr. Doresami, Mr. Enjiban, Dr. Smitha. Thank you all very much for enlightening this session and making wonderful use of our time here. Thank you, and over to Ms. Vidya.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for moderating the session so well, and I thank all the panelists. Participants, please note there is no feedback form for the panel session. Now I request Ms. Marianne, Faculty Department of Psychology, to propose vote of thanks and take us through the valedictory session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
Maria.
Okay. So on behalf of everyone, although our principal, Dr. Paul Newman, has already thanked you, but on behalf of our director, principal, IQAC, and participants, I would like to thank our panelists, Dr. B.S. Ponmuriraj, Dr. G.P. Doreswamy, Mr. Ritesh Arokyadas, Mr. Njiban, and Ms. Smita Ekaduan for sharing their insights on the theme of good governance, best practices, and strategies in higher education. I would also like to thank our principal, Dr. Paul Newman, for moderating this session. Thank you so much, sir. I think this session was especially helpful in placing good governance in education within a global and local context. I'm sure each one of us gained a lot from hearing you and asking you a lot of questions. So thank you so much, each of you, for your patience and your time. We'll move on to the valedictory session, our knowledge sharing sessions for the faculty enrichment program organized by St. Joseph's Evening College Autonomous, IQAC, on the theme sorry about that. If participants could mute themselves. Thank you. As I was saying, our knowledge sharing sessions have concluded, and we will now begin with the valedictory ceremony. Let me first begin by welcoming our director, Father Brian Pereira, SJ, our principal, Dr. Paul Newman, our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Kanishka, the chief guest for this session, Dr. B.S. Ponmuriraj, and you, our dear participants. I think I speak for all of us when I say that we've had a very fruitful 3 days, and I've learned a great deal about various factors that influence the quality of education provided in higher education institutions, ranging from infrastructure and governance to the teaching, learning, evaluation process. We'll begin by reminding ourselves of the proceedings of the program with a short report. I invite Ms. Vismaya from the Department of English to deliver the report of the Faculty Enrichment Program. Ms. Vismaya?
Thank you, Ms. Maria. Good afternoon, everybody. I would first like to begin by expressing my gratitude and appreciation to all of you who have come from different places, some from different time zones even, for your cooperation, which has enabled us to organize and execute a highly enriching webinar. The main theme addressed in the webinar was quality imperatives driving higher education outcomes, organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, St. Joseph's Evening College, Bangalore. The webinar was conceptualized with one core objective in mind, which was to gain insights about the emerging perspectives on quality imperatives determining higher education outcomes, and what joy it has been to learn from resource persons so established in their fields, whose efforts to meet the objective and vision for the program have led to a successful event. A total of 76 people participated in the webinar, along with a distinguished panel of resource persons with decades of experience in their respective fields, 7 of them from India and 5 of them from various countries across the globe. On the 17th of June, the first day of the webinar, Professor Lingaraj Gandhi, Vice Chancellor, Bangalore City University, as chief guest, inaugurated the event and highlighted the global relevance of the theme of the program. Following this, a session on emerging paradigms in teaching learning methodologies was facilitated by Reverend Dr. V. Joseph Xavier, SJ, Professor, Department of Social Work, Loyola Institute of Technology and Science, Tamil Nadu, India. The second session revolved around the relevance of multidisciplinary approach in curriculum design and teaching learning process. And the guest speaker was Dr. T.S. Somashekar, Registrar and Professor of Economics, National Law School of India University, Karnataka, India. The second day of the webinar, the 18th of June, began with a session on scope of international collaborations and the International Management Program, held by Dr. G.P. Doraiswamy, Professor Emeritus, Asia E University, Malaysia, and Ms. Hema Doraiswamy, Director of My Global World, that's the International Business Academy of Switzerland. The next session was delivered by Dr. M. Kanta Babu, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering and Director, CIPR, Anna University, Tamil Nadu, and focused on the scope, need, and relevance of intellectual property rights for higher education. The following session on ensuring student-centric quality digital infrastructure in higher educational institutions was facilitated by Dr. Smita E. Dewan, Assistant Professor, New York City College of Technology, USA. The last session of the day was conducted by Dr. Clement King, Professor and HR Manager at Mount Carmel College, Bangalore, India, and the topic discussed was impact of outcome-based education on stakeholders. The last day of the webinar, that is today, the 19th of June, began with a session on benchmarking quality research standards and outcomes. And our guest speaker was Dr. Michael Rajamati, Professor, Department of Chemistry, St. Joseph's College, Bangalore, India. The topic of the next session was NAC, New Methods of Assessment Accreditation, and the resource person engaging this session was Dr. Siddhalingaswamy, Professor of History, retired, former State Coordinator of NAC and the Commissionerate for Collegiate Education in Karnataka. The final event of the webinar, as we just witnessed, was the panel discussion on the topic Good Governance, Best Practices and Strategies in Higher Education. The moderator of the panel was Dr. Paul Newman, Principal, St. Joseph's Evening College and International Human Rights Scholar. The panelists for the same were as follows: Dr. B.S. Ponmudiraj, Advisor, NAC, Government of India; Dr. G.P. Doraiswamy, Professor Emeritus, Asia E University, Malaysia; Mr. Ritesh Arokyadas, Research Assistant, Department of Psychology, Chemnitz University of Technology, Germany; Mr. N.G. Ban, Business Development Manager, Entrepreneur, Human Rights Advocate, UN Consultant, USA; and Dr. Smita E. Dewan, Assistant Professor, New York City College of Technology, USA. That brings me to the end of the report of the webinar. I hope through the relationships established during the event, we will be able to respond to the challenges in the field of higher education and meet our goals of quality education with what we take away from these interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vismaya ma'am, for taking us through all the proceedings of these last 3 days. We now move to the keynote address for this session. The address will be delivered by our chief guest, Dr. B.S. Ponmudiraj. Dr. Ponmudiraj is currently an advisor with NAC and has over 28 years of teaching and administrative experience. He has taught at Christ College, Bangalore, and Loyola Evening College and Loyola College, Chennai. He has vast experience in research and presented and published papers in a number of reputed journals and conferences, respectively. He also has extensive experience in the area of quality assurance within the education sector. In this context, he received training in Australia for quality assurance peer review and has organized national level assessors training programs to train assessors on quality assurance. He was the chairman of the accreditation committee for the Department of Architecture, American International University, Bangladesh, accreditation committee for colleges in Nepal, a trainer for quality assurance peer review workshop at Hanoi, Vietnam, and a host and coordinator for many international delegations on behalf of NAC. So we are honored to have you as our chief guest today, and thank you for accepting our invitation. Dr. Ponmuriraj will now deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vishmaya and Marianne. I was wondering, for this valedictory, normally when most of our functions, we don't, as a quality organizations, most of our functions, when I say most of the functions, don't search engines and do that and say you have quoted that and misquoted and all. So we are trying to avoid valedictory functions and inaugural functions. They are into business. But we appreciate people having valedictory. That does not mean valedictory functions and inaugural functions doesn't have value, because people do prepare and come and give some takeaways, 2 or 3 points. And most of the times we don't see the full attendance. I was looking at 74 to 70 now. Okay. Of course, my own colleagues were in the earlier sessions, and all the people for 3 days, 17, 18, 19, 3 days for this wonderful for the wonderful program of the faculty development and training programs or workshops or whatever we can call it. Of course, each one has a meaning: conference, workshops, symposia, exhibitions. I'm more privileged, and I'm thankful to the organizers, especially the principal, Dr. Paul Newman, Kanishka, our IQAC coordinator, the coordinators, Mahesha, Vidya, as well as this Jeffin and Murthy, and all the earlier speakers of the 3 days. All my good friends were there. And to the Reverend Father Brian Pereira, the rector and the director of the St. Joseph's Evening College, Autonomous. And I feel a lot of good friends. I see a lot of good friends on the screen. Minj is around. And with those few words, I just say 3 things for this valedictory function. Please bear with me. I'll just will not take, now the time is to 1:22. I will not take more than 3 to 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge the participants, please, the takeaway is for every seminar, webinar, whatever the mode, is only a mode, whatever the functions you attend or the development programs, please take care of them in a sense, whatever is applicable to you. Variety of things people would have spoken, at least one thing which is applicable to you. Keep it for long sustaining. Long sustaining means till your death. It's not till you retire from service. You would have gone from assistant professor to associate professor, from professor to a visiting faculty or an administrator or a UN consultant, or you have resigned and done some business, or you simply may be at home. Immaterial. The takeaway, whichever is applicable to you, which you think is good, try to practice it. Otherwise, you just listen and keep it, or just listen in this year, you can leave it. That's left to the wisdom of yours. This is very important point which I want to talk. Second is, as a teaching faculty, UGC believes, the ministry believes, the school or a college or a university believes in continuous training, lifelong learning. Nobody, there was a screen by the earlier, Mr. Ritesh was talking about, Ritesh Harikadas has put one screen about 50% of the domain, the knowledge domain. It is a very important takeaway for me for this. Though I was a co-panelist, it's a learning for us also. It's not that we keep on giving. We also learn during these type of programs. So this is a lifelong learning. The faculty development programs encourages you on a teaching pedagogy. I do not know this is of governance. In this pandemic, we pray God this coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19 is removed from the face of the earth. We pray God, but given the situation, given the pandemic, 1 year, 2 academic years have gone. We have not undergone any training except for a few people. Suddenly we are on WhatsApp. We do not know upload, download speed. We do not know there's a videos going, audios going. There's a disconnectivity, electricity problem. I'm talking about the Indian context. With all the constraints, The colleges and universities and schools are trying to reach out to the children, to different media. People share, people have some, they go and share somewhere here and there on the emails, on the WhatsApp, or they don't have good connection. Whenever the connection is possible, there are places where we don't get electricity for 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. And coming to the connectivity problem, then people understanding. So new pedagogy has to be used by the teaching faculty. Very important. So I'm teaching MBBS, I'm teaching architecture, I'm teaching, mechanical engineering. So I'm a political science theorist. Immaterial. You cannot see one person's screen for more than 5 minutes. That is why in a movie, they have a lot of shots. But here, the children have to listen for 45 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the same face. So even for your faculty development programs, please invite new faces. Enough people are there, enough resource persons are there. Please invite new people. I urge each and every department, every people, faculty or listening, invite people, organize these type of webinars, seminars, and kind of faculty development programs. Continue it. My second point, lifelong learning. So continue this. This is my urge on pedagogy. Very important teaching pedagogy. Some people sit, we stand and we do something. We do write on the board. We write, take a whiteboard. We have a quiz. We have a question. We have movements. There's encyclopedia on educational pedagogy and educational technology. You don't say, no, sir, I'm not a teacher education. I'm a BSc zoology, MSc, MPhil, PhD, DSc zoology. I've been teaching for 20 years. No, adapt, adopt, learn for new pedagogies, especially on online teaching. This is very important. Third point, I want to talk to you on the valedictory function. Please, there's no need for a seminar, webinar. It helps you. Though I talked about 1, 2, 3, the third point I'm telling, as long as you love your children, your students, you wanted to innovate and do innovative method of teaching. Same E is equal to MC square. Same A plus B whole square is equal to A square plus 2AB plus B square. Or A square plus 2AB plus B square to A square plus B square plus 2AB. It's not a old wine in a new bottle. Innovate. The pedagogy. Everyone. So like an attendance, every time whenever I take a webinar, I ask them, how's Jayashree? Or how are you doing? Harun, are you able to follow up? Dr. Pavan Kumar, are you there? Margaret Savita, it's not an LKG. We don't take an LKG, it's a higher education, higher intellect. So we have to engage even in an online class. It is not one way, it's two ways. This is my third point on the valedictory, kind of an address over this, especially on the teaching pedagogy, immaterial of whatever the subject you're teaching. So kindly take care of this. And I wish and congratulate all the people who are involved in this webinars and this and the participants. Still, I do not want to take much more time for this valedictory function. Already from 74, we have come to 68 participants. I am number on present, number absent, like a LKG teacher on a blackboard. I'm trying to watch out, video, audio, and the stat and all the questions, answers, and annotations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you and wish you all the best for the St. Joseph's. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights with us on education and lifelong learning. Thank you. And now, if I may paraphrase a famous playwright, there's nothing left to say but thanks and thanks. I invite Ms. Dorothy Deepa, Department of Commerce, to deliver the vote of thanks. Before that, I just want to remind participants to fill in the feedback form that's available in the chat. This is for the entire 3 days FEP feedback form. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Marianne. I know I stand between you and lunch, but before I let you go, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't thank each one of you present here. Gratitude unlocks the fullness of life. It turns what we have into enough and more. It turns chaos to order, confusion to clarity. It can even turn a meal into a feast. Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. At most, I begin by giving glory to the Almighty God for bringing us together on this online platform. I, on behalf of St. Joseph's Evening College Autonomous, would like to place on record our indebtedness to all the resource persons from across the nations for taking your time out to share your valuable insights and expertise. We remain deep in debt to our participants from across the institutions for your active involvement, and we hope that you had an enriching learning experience. Our director, Father Brian Pereira, SJ, richly deserves our gratitude for his unstinted support, and I offer the same. My words may not be capable of communicating my sense of gratitude to our principal, Dr. Paul Newman, who has been instrumental in facilitating the FEP. I promise never to forget the efforts of our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Kanishka, and the entire organizing team for planning the FEP meticulously. Permit me to mention my special appreciation to our IT team led by Mr. Charles, Mr. Murthy, and team. Thank you all once again. Have a blessed weekend ahead. Over to you, Ms. Marianne.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Because I think.
Yes,
yeah.
Marianne.
Okay. So thank you, everybody. Again, I just want to remind you to fill in the feedback form available in the chat, and participants who have registered and filled in all the feedback forms for each session over the last 3 days, as well as this one, will receive their certificate by Monday. So thank you, Dorothy ma'am, and thank you everyone once again for being a part of our faculty enrichment program. We hope that it has been enriching for you. Thank you all and have a nice day.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul. Jerome, thank you. Ritesh, thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Ponmari. Yeah, bye.
Sir, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Nandri, vanakkam.
Nandri. Can I leave, Paul?
Sure. You can. Yeah, thank you.
Jerome,
thank
bye.
You, bye.